Okay, so play. Why do I suddenly feel like this has a loud start? I'm killing the audio just until I know it's not a loud start. I'm so paranoid of that with games these days because so many games are not respecting volume settings. It's like really a problem, like very, very a problem. Um, okay, we're fine. It's fine. All right, so we are going to do a new prison. Now they're going to continue on. We've got like all the. I don't even. These are just showing what DLC we have. All right. Oh, there's a new one. An experienced man who has spent more time within the. Oh yeah, I got like a new jungle thing. A big game hunter. Sure. Improves the range of snipers and suppression effects. That really doesn't matter. Okay, and that doesn't mean anything either. Let's stop our music for just a minute. Yeah. So those who don't know Prison Architect, you build a prison. It's a really fun game. Like, don't let the cutesy thing fool you. It's like really ridiculous. Let's see. I've heard this is really annoying, the tropical feature. Oh, hi. No, wasn't trying to ignore you. I didn't hear you. Prisoner aging. Enable the option to allow prisoners to physically age as the years pass, with them becoming less energetic and weaker compared to their youth. Sure. The undead one was... The undead was fun as a Halloween event, but, it's really saying, ooh, wow. Why is camera potato? Alright, that might be just the intro screen, because camera is straight up potato. Like, the game's fine, it's just the camera. Like the game is butter. The camera is just struggling real bad. I think it's just the intro. It'll probably be fine when we get in here. As long as it's not audio. So we're gonna turn on gangs. Oh, I thought... With the ones where it says, like, legacy and that, it's always hard for me to tell, like, what's meaningful. Yeah. You need to turn up your speed. Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Weather intensity, rat infestation. So yeah. So we're thinking we're gonna turn on the prisoner aging, because that's gonna be interesting, because sometimes you get prisoners, they get, like, 10 times over life sentences, and they never go away. The gangs can ruin your prison in a big way. Basically, the way the gangs work is you have gang members show up, and once there's enough of them, they will actually take territory in your prison. They have to have your guards, like, get rid of them, and things can escalate to violence if you, like, start in prison. Like, if you start putting your gang members in solitary, they all start kicking off and being violent, causing all sorts of trouble. So it gets really rough. That's a cute still pic. Thank you. So I think we do that. The perfect storm. I didn't see enough of that. I haven't set that legacy, so that's just like random garbage happens. Well, okay. Here's what I need to ask. So A or B on this one. Do we want to do warden mode, where I have to actually walk around the prison as the warden and build stuff? It's going to be a really slow build prison if I do that as a forewarning. Or do we want to set up where the prisoners never stop coming? Like, if I'm not ready, that's too bad. Another batch of prisoners arrives, and we just trying to keep the prison from melting down at all times. Like, it's going to be either or, not both. Because with both, like, we'll game over on the very first day because I won't be able to build the prison fast enough. Meanwhile, I'm going to unplug and replug the camera. I'm wondering if it is the intro screen, by the way. Is there any preference? Yeah, I think we'll leave the gangs on. I think we'll leave that off. We'll leave because the undead was kind of silly, but the moment you get guns, are like your regular guards kill the undead. Didn't we want to Contrant the stream? Didn't we want to do the Contrant stream? Contrant. I don't know what that means. Sorry. The constant? Yeah, I think we talked about that. Alright, we can do that. I don't really care about that. I don't care about that. Dynamic reputations. So dynamic reputations is your prisoners will gain, like, reputations over time. Failure conditions on. Events on. Where is... was it mutators? Where is it? I think it's a mutator now. It used to be, like, when you first got the game, it's just how it worked. Like, it wasn't a, like, it's just how the game worked. Like, prisoners just kept coming, and then later you could control it. Old school intake. There it is. Once upon a time, a loaded prison bus would show up to your prison every day, whether you wanted them or not. Welcome back to the good old days. You'll have busloads of prisoners every single day, whether or not you have space for them. That's the big thing we want. Cool. Alright. So... I'm just gonna leave the prisoners the way they are. I don't really care about the uniform colors. We're going to randomize both the... Yeah, we're gonna randomize the warden. So we won't know what we're getting. Okay, so camera's still bricked, so let me go ahead and unplug and replug. And thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. As a reminder, I do anonymous follows, which just basically means if you want your name called out, you gotta let me know. Then I just do it because not everyone does. So give me a moment to kick this camera. All right, so we have pause this. I'm waiting for someone to like screenshot that picture of me and do like the robot chicken style VTuber where it's just like you just slide the jaw straight down and there's a black opening. All right, let's start our music again, and let me see if I can't give that camera a real fast kick here. So we deactivate it, turn it off. Yeah, like it'll take a moment to deactivate the camera. Then my audio might chirp for a moment, and it'll be back and going. Oh no, I saw it. I saw it, Strider. Okay. The camera should come back. Yes, no, maybe. There we go. Yeah. All right. Let's see. Oh, I think later it gets worse. My time gets. Yeah, constant. Oh yeah, no, I got that. All right, so we are paused, but the key here is where normally you go to intake and I get options, I get nothing. We don't care about the letter. We don't care about that. So you see, I'm gonna get 32 prisoners on my first day, no matter what I do. I can say I don't want them. I don't have the capacity, and they go tough. And if they do sit outside too long, then it's bad. So what we're going to do is right away from the beginning, we're going to get our entrance, because I do like to try and have an entrance here that just gives me kind of a bottleneck place for the prisoners when they come in. So we're going to start unpausing that. And it's a good way to just kind of secure the perimeter to make sure when the people come through that, like you basically they have two doors you have to get through to get out. Is my camera still potatoing? I'm watching it skip a lot. If the camera's just going to be a punk, I am just going... You know what? I'm going to just disable the camera for that. Yeah, so camera's taking the night off. It was just going to keep... Because we had it freeze twice, and we have it like go like potato frame rate once. You know what? I don't need to deal with that. I got other stuff to deal with. Alright, so... This is kind of like, not speed run or whatever. Oh, yeah, you put it over here. It's like not speed run over here, but I need to make sure these workers are working to try and get this building as fast as possible. Which warden do we have? A grand overseer of prison required before. Oh, let's see. The staff have more stamina. The prisoners are less likely to offend. How's Venus handling Kentucky life? It's going well. I did hop off of her for today. Just where I had been like feeling sick and all that. I'm coming off of the medicine and I was getting kind of like brain fogged. And I had a couple of, when I say close calls, it's not like I got grabbed or whatever. But they were like close calls as in like, you were like, I should not have like stuck to that swing. Like I should have bailed on that. And I had like 2 or 3 times I had said, you know what? We're gonna do some cursed CDDA. We're gonna mess with some like 16 times pop uniform. Like we're not going to kill our character. But it's like having some like brain fog or whatever going on. But yeah, so we only got a couple hundred extra kills today. Like it was really not a big amount. But she's still alive and well. We still have our buddy Dave in the Porta-John though. Because the door's still there and I know he didn't go anywhere. Yeah, all smart decisions. Yeah, if you're ever someone playing Project Zomboid and you get in a long run and just anything feels off, it's a good day to not keep playing your save you care about. Because you have nothing but like stuff to lose. But yeah, so we're doing Prison Architect with endless intake, let me say. And you should add that. Constant intake. Run with gangs. Cool. So we're playing Prison Architect. Straightforward game. You run a prison. Like, that doesn't mean it's easy. It's just, you run a prison. That's what you do. A for-profit prison, mind you. We are make money. At least this game has the whole thing, like, even though you're a for-profit prison, if you have, like, a really high reoffending rate, you get penalized for it. So the idea is like if your prison is terrible at actually like rehabilitating people, there's a consequence. Now, don't get me wrong, like Prison Architect does a good job of staying out of the political side of it for the most part. Because like you can choose to deal with how you want to manage your prisons in all sorts of different ways, from like punishment and rehabilitation and all that. There's definitely things like advantages to the different ones. But it doesn't have like really strong overtures or whatever. Now, granted, I have my strong opinions about prisons and what they should and shouldn't do, but that's not the point. Mr. Lamprey says they can't reoffend if they never leave, but I get paid extra if they leave. I like money. Oh yeah, death. I appreciate that because the devs behind this game, they used to do like a weekly blog kind of thing, or like video blog kind of thing. And I really appreciate it. We're gonna have like a really hecking big holding cell. Don't worry about why. But I really like the way they approached it. They can reoffend. Yeah, but I turned on age, so eventually they'll leave one way or another. But but yeah. But they were talking about that they're like really not sure how they wanted to approach death row, because at first they're like, no, we don't want to include that. And they're going, no, but it'd be really weird to like have a game about prison that's not a thing. Like because of the style of prisons they're doing it based off of the American prison system mostly, not entirely, but it's mostly off the American prison system. Which that's their words, not mine. Though I see nothing that doesn't fit personally. Why am I not seeing reception? There we go. We need an office desk, a table, and a chair. But they're like, okay, but it'd be weird for us not to include this. But we don't want to like romanticize it or anything like that. Like we don't make like gamify executing people. Like we don't make it like this big fun, silly, haha, fun thing. I feel the game did a really good job of being not that. Like they have to go through the whole process where they get like a bunch of different things. Where is the filing cabinet? Why am I not seeing you? Luckily. Well, I'm confused. That's fine. But like, so they have a little thing. So like, when you actually are on death row, kind of thing, it's not just, you know, they say guilty, and you're immediately taken to the chair and killed or whatever. Devs, we would like to approach this topic carefully with respect. Players, give the Sparkle chair. Yeah, but so do a good job because like what actually happens is like you get put on death row, and if you want, you can say, hey, I'm going to like I've been found guilty. Like they've been found guilty of the crime. Like that part's done. They've already got in trouble. Like that's said and done. But they can argue that you know death row is a cruel and like inappropriate punishment. There's a number of defenses you have. Why can't I build? Oh, I can't build to that. There's a number of defenses you have that not that you get to like walk away free or whatever, but that death row specifically is not deemed as appropriate. Um, and so we got all that. So I need toilets, bench, and it needs to be indoors. Okay. So I'll go bench, bench, toilet, toilet. But so it's a whole big process. Like it takes forever. And I can't remember what the three defenses are. You can like argue that it's inappropriate. You can argue that like like the plead insanity kind of thing. Like you can have a whole bunch of different ways to try and remove yourself from consideration of death row type deal. Um, and it should be that way. Like because very often people inappropriately get there, or like it is a like the sentence. It's not the appropriate response for it. Like someone got caught shoplifting, death row is not appropriate thing for them. So if it did go there, I'd be like, hey, wait a second, like we need to revisit this. Okay. That's the only thing I did not know was that the prisoner gets to choose how they die if that choice is available in that state. Like firing squad, can still be chosen, which surprised me. Yeah, there's not many places where like that is an option, but yeah, they have lethal injection, electric chair in the few like most places it's just lethal injection. You don't get another choice. But if they have it available, yeah. What was the room size for office? 4x4. Steals a Kit Kat. My ancestors are smiling. Imperial. Can you say the same? Right. Alright, so we're getting our holding cell up, and the reason I prioritize the holding cell first and then the showers next, and then I will do the canteen and the yard, is basically to get this functional at all. The next thing I need to do is I need to get a cell block going. In the meanwhile, 2 cooks, 2 extra workers, 2 guards. Alright, I didn't mean to take the... we'll go ahead and do 4. That's going to need more power. But yeah, so it's a whole big thing. But the point is, in the game, it means you have to have like the rooms for the people to have their. It's not parole meetings, but the same kind of idea that they can have their meetings with their lawyers to put up their legal defense, to try and plead to be taken off death row, and go through each of them. And they actually do it in the game where sometimes they win. Where they go, okay, this prisoner is now in here for life. They're not death row anymore. They're now a lifer. Um, So it's one of those things like if you want to have like fast turnaround and that's your idea with death row, you can't do it because you end up getting a bunch of those prisoners just stay. Lock open, lock open, and for right now, this is going to end up being a shower. It's not going to stay a shower. I'll probably make a visitation later. But right now, I just need to get a shower up and running as fast as possible, and I don't have the time to build out a whole area. Alright, so the next thing we're going to try and do is, let's see. Let's plan to have a hallway here. Yeah, plan to have a hallway there. You're gonna end up putting way too many prison doors on this place. But that's fine, because I can just lock the prison doors open. I'm gonna put a hallway here. I'll make the yard. Want to make a prison block there. The canteen will be back there, so that the yard's in the middle. One of the reasons you want to do that is yeah, this is gonna be a shower. That's what this is. One of the reasons you want to do that is people can throw contraband over the wall to your prisoners if the wall is close to the edge. So it's good to try and keep your outdoor areas away from the edges of your prison. They don't need no shower? Yeah, they do. Otherwise, your prisoners like start kicking off and getting in fights and all that, and they end up killing each other, and it's a real problem. Then you get locked in your own prisoner for criminal negligence. And that isn't me joking. That is actually a mechanic in the game. That if you run your prison so badly that you have like people constantly escaping and or dying, that they actually throw you in your own prison for criminal negligence. Which I don't know about you in real life. If you run such a terrible prison that people are regularly dying in it and you get put among your prisoners, it's probably going to be a short stay for you. And not in the you're going to be let go away. We're not going fast enough. So let's plan this out. So what I'm thinking is, this will be our first cell block over here. So I'll have this hallway go up here. I like to make nicer, fancier cells most of the time. So like basically I have like my real crap cells to begin with. And then I'll make like a nicer cell block. With the never-ending intake, they're getting what they get. Is the way this works. Like, nicer cells are for when I have the time to figure that out. Yeah, you get let go from your subscription to Life. Magazine, that is, of course. Alright, so these are going to be cell blocks. This is going to be the yard. I'll have a gap here. To pause the game because I need to maximize my time here. This will be the canteen for now. I'm just going to make it 10. I'm not going to plan that out. Again, yard. So we'll have the hallways here, yard in the middle. Alright. So I should have done this a little different than I did. It's fine. What does mean is that wall is going to collapse because it thinks I want to make this an exterior space. It's fine. We'll rebuild the wall. You know what? For right now, I'll make those solitary confinement up on the ends. We won't have the hall keep going. Right. I have 32 prisoners. That's only a group of 20 cells. That is not actually adequate. That's fine. We'll get there. It's fine. I also don't have the money to do this. So rooms, office, do this. I need a filing cabinet, a chair, and an office desk. Filing cabinet. Office desk. Chair. And we'll get our water pipes running. Okay. The good news about this run is money ends up being kind of okay of a problem because you are perpetually getting people thrown at you, like aggressively getting them thrown at you. You usually don't find yourself for want of money, because you're always being given more money. Parole becomes very big in this just to try and get as many prisoners out of your prison as possible. Room, shower. All right, they'll take care of the shower. Because this is how I first played the game 8 moons ago. Oh yeah, when Prison Architect first came out, that's how it was. Just I don't think it was 32. I thought it was 16. It doesn't matter. Every day you got prisoners, and you just had to cope. It's one of the things that actually made you need to get a bunch of workers. Because like right now when you're playing the game and you're not playing this mode, if you are willing to grow really, really slowly, you can get away with just one worker. You don't want to because it'd be agonizing beyond all belief and no one would ever want to put up with it. But technically, you could do it. All right, so grants. So we are going to go immediately for, where is it? Where's like the basic prison? Those two. It was $10 beta, if memory serves. Yeah, it was something super cheap. All right, so we're working on making these. I also need to unlock finance. We will go to quick build. Quick build, where's clone? Am I being dumb? Wasn't there just clone down here? Or is that something I got later? It's fine. We'll make it ourselves. It's okay. So get the next room going. And where I also like usually will go to the prisons and start like getting them like looking nice, like looking nicer almost like thematically. Like, you know, go in and put in like nicer floors and all that kind of stuff that don't really do anything. You just try a new tactic and fall apart? Cool. So the last one I built, I went with a design I kind of liked. It had like 20 cell building, like a big community shower and a toilet room at the end of the block. I had to put cameras close by because a lot of violence said, oh yeah, the showers are the showers and the canteens tend to be the places things kick off the most. Like showers first thing in the morning is probably where I lose more prisoners than anywhere else in the entire prison. Because the people wake up, they're all pissed off because, you know, whatever need is not being met, like hygiene and all that. So they're all pissed off about it. Then you bunch them all up in a little place, and someone always murders someone. It's one of the reasons why usually later in my run in the prisons, I will make really nice cells that the prison has a toilet of its own. Well, I mean, they all have a toilet, but it's like its own shower. It has its own stuff, and it's not because like there's a bonus of if you have nicer cells, your prisoners will try to not like you have to have a range of cells. You have like the really crappy cells and the nicer cells, and the prisoners really want to be in the nicer cells. Um, but like very genuinely with a lot of that, what ends up happening is you have the really nice cells with all that. It kind of can take care of like all of their needs in their cell, so you don't have to worry about everyone being kind of shoved into one place. It's like because it's really when you shove a whole bunch of people into a small place that you're just begging for trouble in this game. Because you have like the one person who's the snitch in the whole group of like hardened gang members and all that, and you're just like, oh no, you are not going home. I hate to be the one to tell you, this is a one-way trip for you, buddy. Alright, so this will end up being the yard. I'm actually gonna see what happens if I do this. This might be messing everything up. I want all of that to be inside. Like, all of this is gonna be inside. That's gonna be an outdoor space there. This I'm gonna let open. We'll go here, and we'll put a door on this side and this side. That's an exterior door. You always have an issue with getting your prisons interested in class for learning. No one to sign up for the classes. The big thing you have to make sure is when you're looking at your regime, which I can't do it yet, I don't believe. Where is their... Yeah, regime. You have to make sure they have space that's work time. The work time is the thing that counts as like courses and work and all that. If you don't have enough separate work times, they won't sign up. It's like what I'll end up doing is probably going like this. And that means I can have potentially one class here, another class here, and a third class down there. And that's the things I've started doing is I'll have like whatever and lockup. So eat and lockup. Like yard's the only one that's out there. I'm actually gonna bump that down and move that. That probably isn't gonna be a great allocation of work schedule. Those start getting really crabby if you have way too much of one thing or the other. But the idea with what we've done with that is eat and lockup. They'll if they're not eating, they'll go back to their cell. Well, assuming they aren't kicking off or whatever. The idea, as long as they're willing to cooperate with you, they will go back to their cell. Alright, so we got our next room here. The rooms. Office. Drop that in there. Staff. And... oh, we're still training it? Yeah, still training it. What about woodshop? Eventually I'll add that. Like, that's the challenge with this run, Striders, because, like, no matter what I do, 32 people are showing up tomorrow, if I'm ready or not. So stuff like woodshop and all those kind of things, I get those in when I, get ahead of capacity. Because, bro, I think I told you, my last day I got... or my last play, I got the dire wolves for the K9. Yeah. Which would be terrifying. Like, real life, having an authority figure dog be a dire wolf. I mean, a dire wolf, like, even if it's being the cutest doggo ever, is terrifying. Like, people don't understand how big of an animal that was. Extend that like an extra 4. So I have room for the kitchen. Because then the idea is I can put the next cell block here, and then up here, we'll have this area in the middle. We'll have more cell blocks there, more there. They'll have their yard. Common spaces, maybe, I don't know. Like, that's the thing, you don't get to holistically build these prisons when you're doing this. It's just, I need like 20 more cells. You just smash them into the wall and go, there's 20 more cells. Actually, slight change in layout. I was going to make this hallway go around here. I think we're just going to make these 2 solitary confinement and then 2 more solitary well, actually, no. These 2 will be solitary confinement. Those will be just 2 more cells. These will be the hallways that go through, which will be a bottleneck that a bunch of prisoners go through, which is both pro and con. Because with a bottleneck, you can put, like, the dogs to smell, the metal detectors, and all that kind of crap. But then the downside is you have tons of prisoners going through an area. More chances that one prisoner might decide that the other prisoner, they can get rid of them very rapidly if they so desire. This is, or arms will be flying off in different directions and blood-spilled prisoners. Right thing around the direwolves. I mean, direwolves, like, we don't know their temperament because they haven't existed since... modern humans have been around. But, they're just a big, scary animal. Like, I want to say they went away around the same time that Smilodon went away. I mean, human beings in some form did compete with them. But, like, we don't have written record and all that. That hallway will help get the population check. This is true. But you mentioned, like, yeah, there's a lot of stuff you can do with the regimen. Like, I'm not gonna worry about it immediately, but you can switch your minimum, maximum, and medium security, and that's a great way to try and split people up a little bit. so things don't get too bad. I was like, I could put a glass wall in the shower. That's fine, right? No ethical violations are happening here. What else, Smilodon? Smilodon is, what is it? Saber-toothed tiger. Saber-toothed tiger is a Smilodon. Same animal. Smilodon is an actual name. Saber-toothed tiger is just like kind of the... Not colloquialism. Why do you say saber-toothed tiger? Because that's not what it's called. It's called a Smilodon. Why are you slightly too small? Did I seriously put this... No! How big do you have to be? Oh, you just have to be enclosed. Okay, okay, I got really scared that you had to be, like, actually the 2x3, and I was like, no! Don't tell me the whole thing's, like, one too small in all directions. Don't hurt me like this. You're getting bunk beds, and you're not gonna like it, but you're gonna live with it. Or you won't. Utilities, water, do this. Okay, so we're getting that up. Why to put bunk beds in the hallway? That's not going to stay a hallway. I decided I'm going to turn that into solitary confinement on this side and in our cell. So I have just the one hallway. Alright, and I got to be careful. We're getting really low on money. Oh. That's a problem. Okay, that should fix that. You can also change the penalties for infraction solitary confinement. That keeps the powder keg from blowing sometimes. Yeah. Yeah, no, I mean, it's fine. Like, basically, I have the solitary, like, in the front here, which is fine. But this is the hallway to reach the cell blocks. Okay, so now I need to go in here and say rooms. This is going to be the canteen. This is going to be the kitchen. Go boom, boom, and boom. We'll go doors here. At least I have nothing outdoors where I can just going. I really like this game. Yeah, that's a good game. Alright, so I need serving tables and benches and all that. Alright, so. The serving table. That's gonna have to do. This is not going to be remotely adequate amount of Okay, that's gonna have to be turned the other way. Alright, there's that. Meanwhile, next to you, you will put the sink up here. Two stoves. And a fridge. And a fire sprinkler. Utilities, power. Run that through. That should take care of the power. Water. Run that through. And water. Okay, so that should get all of our required minimal facilities. We're going to let that catch up for a minute because the workers have to actually get the work done. We got our holding cell. We've got our shower. We've got our reception. Oop, accountant. I don't have enough money. It's fine. But yeah, so we'll get all that online. And that'll be our first one. So right now we're only going to have cell blocks for like, this will be 20 people. Well, 22 people? No, 24 people. This will be 40 something. And I'm going to immediately expand out farther. That canteen is not adequate for that, by the way. That is going to be a big problem for us. Which it might just be I just expand the canteen. It could be I deliberately make a canteen here and here, get rid of that one. Like move the crap out of here down there and make this into a common room or something. Okay. Eventually, so having an exterior fence means I have to tunnel farther. I will want to do that, but the exterior wall is very expensive. And it takes a lot of time to build. So it's worth doing if I can get ahead of the rate the prisoners are coming in. Like when I'm not doing the rush one, I usually will have like an exterior fence here, and then take the time to build the exterior fence all the way around the edge. Yeah, it'll go so. Not much. Prison. It was, yeah, that was my problem. It was so expensive. Oh yeah, absolutely. Like it's worth doing. It's worth building the giant fence around the outside. I'm gonna try turning the camera back on and see if it's going to behave. Okay. Nope, still potato. Alright, good night, camera. Go away. Bye, people. Alright. For those who don't know what's going on, the camera is like potato frame rated for like it was running fine at the beginning of the stream, and then it went like to kind of crap, and then just went potato frame rate. So I'm gonna have to troubleshoot it after stream. Put the camera in prison. I know, right? That camera knows what it did. It knows why it's here. Or it doesn't. I don't really care. This also means, chat, that I can be sneaky and I can eat food, and I don't even have to pretend I'm not eating food. Other than the fact that you'll probably notice I get quiet for like, a little bit of time, but it's fine. Oh no, I mute my mic. I do it all the time, and you all don't even notice. Yeah, no, I mute my mic. It actually bothers me a lot when so it's like one thing if you're like on a private call, like that's fine. Like, especially the person's like, hey, I need to eat or whatever. Like, cool. I think that's fine. But like when you're sitting there and you're like listening to someone stream and they're just like, not just that they're eating, but they're eating something that's like got like it's like wet and chewy or whatever. Just like, oh, stop. Like, please. Because I couldn't eat on camera. I would not be able to do that. So you've probably noticed that when you're not gonna be able to see it obviously because I'm not on camera at the moment. That like when I like try to eat my dinner on camera, I'll tend to hold my hand in front of my mouth if it's gonna be like in frame. Like when I'm chewing, and that I actually deliberately have it so like my food's off to the side, so I always lean out of camera when I go take a bite and all that. It's not like a self-conscious thing for me, so much as I know there are people who, I don't know, it's just like it's uncomfortable for them. So it's like, yeah, well, I don't want to make a bunch of people uncomfortable. All right. So we're basically getting our first set of cell blocks up. We're getting our kitchen online. This door can stay locked open. This door can stay locked. This door can stay locked open, and that one can stay locked open. These two go closed, and that'll be fine. That canteen is not even remotely adequate. Like, we're not even in the ballpark of adequate. Like, I am not going to be shocked if we have a murder on our first day. Oh, right. There's a different room. It's not cell, it's dormitory. I was like, what do you mean none of these cells are good? I don't understand. Four hours to arrival? Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. What about the kitchen? It's being worked on. They're working as fast as they can. It's not fast enough. We'll lock these doors open to not slow people up. All right, once we get the kitchen built, then that'll be our first grant done. These are bunk beds, so it's actually 24 beds worth. But it's still a problem. Okay, next grant. Well, actually, first, staff, accountant, Seeds daily budget. What? Oh, right. I know what that is. So we can't do that yet. All right. So should be. Isn't there cell block A as this option? I thought cell block A was right away. Oh, unlocked finance. We could just wait a minute on that. All right, so drop down the speed. I'll do my stretches. I'll do the hydrate. We'll get all that going. Okay, got some popping in here. Going, here is your self-care. Do it. All right. And I'm trying to see what I'm missing because you can copy paste, and I want to do the copy paste for All right. It was under here, and there's something I'm missing because it was just you right click, you drag, and then you drop it. And I don't remember where it was. And it's annoying because I really want to do that versus taking the time to deal with all this. Because I just don't want to do this all manually. Yeah, I thought so too. I'm not seeing it. Like, I think it's grayed out. And the reason I think it's grayed out is I think I have to unlock it. Like, I think it's one of the things in bureaucracy I have to deal with. In the meantime, I just need to get the next set of dorms going. Because that's just catching up with the first set of prisoners. We get another one set it going first thing tomorrow. All right, meanwhile, so first set of grants. Let's see. That's a bunch of stuff we have to unlock. That's a pretty straight one. We just need to have a staff room and then hire some guards. Surprised we don't get more there. Okay. The prisoner should be here any moment now. So we get our first pay-in from the prisoners arriving. Then let me finish the cells, hire the accountant, which will clear that one on, which will let me take the next grant. All right. So yeah, so we will have enough cells for everyone. The canteen is not adequate for the number of prisoners. Actually, we're gonna even sit here and do this right now. Regime. Um, I want you to be on separate schedules. All right, so we're gonna do eat lock up here. So at least that'll help a little bit that I'm separating the minimum security and the medium security to give my place a little longer. Oh yay! Tomorrow I'm immediately getting max and super max. Excellent. Like generally your cells are of low quality. Uh-huh. You right. And the workers are trying their absolute best. Yep, so I'm getting 3 whole trucks of prisoners. Well, buses. And this prison is gonna get scussy. Alright, so there's a grant done, so let's go ahead and do that. We have to have at least 30 prisoners for this to work. I don't want to do that one quite yet. Cell block A. Cool. Cell block B. Awesome. So we just got a huge influx of money because we took a grant and immediately was successful in it. That'll be where our break room goes for staff.
Thank you Eugenio for subscribing for 5 months. Really enjoying your streams.
Thank you, Gino, for the Prime Gaming sub. You only get one of those a month, and you used it here, and I really do appreciate the continued support. You've been subbed to the channel for 5 months, and I really appreciate that you continue to support it. Hope you're enjoying your advertising free viewing as well as access to the emotes. So thank you. Alright, so we got these going. Oh, let's... Yeah, so we're going ahead and we're getting this up here. Now I've got our next batch of prisoners coming. So the first thing I need to do more than anything else is I just need to get the next ones going. One thing I'm going to try and do is we're going to keep the bureaucracy moving, which is just, that's research in this game is bureaucracy. Let's see. Prison policy. Alright. So I've got that kind of stuff going. Don't meet their entitlement. Oh yeah, it's basically... There's a mechanic in the game that, like, if the cells are too crappy, they start kicking off and all that, which is fine. Like, right now, that's nothing I get much I can do about. Alright, so... We have that, we have this. That's the next row of cells. Go like this. Gonna make a shower back here. Or do we just... Okay. This is gonna be a bit of a tricky one. We're gonna start actually making the cells that cover their needs so that I can avoid having them all bunch up in the same room. There isn't one like a quick build for that, is there? There's an improved cell. Oh, they do just have a cookie cutter one. The guard's really outnumbered? Yeah, it's typical. Hallway showers? No, what I'm trying to do is I want to get them out of these cells as fast as I can and into, like, into getting most of their needs taken care of in their room. And I very genuinely want to accomplish that right away for the purposes of trying to prevent having problems. Alright, so what I'm going to need to do is I'm going to spend money to put a door there, and I'm going to put a separate door here, even though it's redundant, just to keep going. We're watching our taxman at work? Yeah. I mean, yes. Hey man, commentary on private prisons, that's all I'm saying. We'll make a smaller canteen down here. And we'll just keep doing that. But yeah, now the reason why this is helpful is it doesn't end up costing you any more, really, in the long run than sitting here, like, doing all that. Like, the TV's a little extra. But by having all that stuff in their cell with them, as opposed to having, like, a separate cell block and all that, it just means you deal with a lot less problems with, like, guards getting hurt and killed, or prisoners getting hurt and killed. Like, there's a lot more stuff working around that. And the inner guard. Like, the irony is so much stuff. Spending more is cheaper, which makes no sense on the surface, but it is how it ends up being. As opposed to, like, a communal rec room. Yeah, you'll still have, like, a common room because there's other stuff you can do with it. But, like, this is just stuff that when you put people in lockup, it helps keep your it helps keep the violence down within the prison, and that can escalate a whole bunch of problems. Because, like, usually, like, later in the run, I will have, like, really nice cells, and then the idea is you have your crappy cells, you have, like, your medium, your nice cells, so that the prisoners who are very well behaved get the nicer and nicer cells. And it kind of has, like, a self-policing incentive that your prisoners don't want to be like ridiculously awful, because if they do, you end up getting kicked to the like crap cells. It just ends up being a thing of like kind of giving them a pressure to be better about stuff. Can't get at the door. I just don't have enough guards. I really need one of the guards to open up because all those workers are doing nothing right now, which is the biggest wrong answer you can have. Yes, only cellos and standing bass in this prison. No violins allowed. Fact. Okay. Yeah, for the recidivism rate, like things you can do to help with it. If they're punished, that helps bring down the likelihood that they're going to recommit crimes. If you have them do work programs within the prison, it helps bring down the chances. If you do reformation things like offering education stuff, it brings it down, all that kind of stuff. So yeah, both you have like a whole bunch of different ways you can address it. And like usually the correct answer is to do a bit of everything, not just to have like one approach you hit it with. I'm fighting the temptation to start telling them to build the next one, because if I do have them doing too many things at once, they just won't get them done. We're not getting any land expansion for a while. That canteen has to be improved. Okay. Are there escaped attempts? Yeah. That's when you read the reviews about Prison Architect, they'll be like, it was like this cute like, game where it's almost like managing a hotel, except I made everyone happy and then they broke out anyways. And it goes, and then you very quickly realize it's not that kind of game. The people actively don't want to be there. So they'll tunnel, they'll like throw mattresses over the fence and climb over it. If you have like, if there's like a straight shot they can like run out the door, they'll do it. Sometimes they'll attack the guards and like steal their keys and try and make a run for it. Jewel says, I had a really, really bad fire in a run and I couldn't get it under control. It was so bad. Oh yeah. That's some reason you'll notice I always put a sprinkler by my kitchens, and a couple other places I'll always have sprinklers to try and just keep the fires under control. We also have like events, so sometimes like you have like a foundation problem where like one of your fences will come down. And if the prisoners have a straight shot at it, a lot of them will make a run for it. Alright, so we've got a gang member with us. Yeah, so you see like the reoffending rate? Basically, how much, like how adequate was the punishment, which they just arrived so nothing's happened. How is the reformation? Again, it depends on how it is. So like the tiniest bit of reformation. How is their security, which it gives you all sorts of things. So because they're a gang member, they automatically have a severe penalty there. How is their health? this person happens to have an active addiction they came in with, so that's a huge penalty. How much did they spend like working, like how much training? So this character, if they were to leave my prison now, they would almost, like, it's just shy of a guarantee they would reoffend, which is bad because then you get the same prisoner back, you take a penalty, and a whole bunch of stuff. So there's stuff we can do to try and like deal with the addiction that they've got and a bunch of other things. Okay, so got everyone in an actual cell. No one is in a holding cell, which is good for a start. We're not getting nearly enough built fast enough, though. Alright, so I've got those still researching. Like I said, I'm really tempted because they're trying to like go and just set up the next wing and then start the canteen. But it's kind of like RimWorld, where if you tell them to build like 30 things at the same time, they end up getting none of them done. Like all of them to get just a little bit done. So it is one of those things that like you do have to be like, no, let's just give them a chance to catch up. The good news is usually a lot of your minimum security aren't here very long. You can assign you can assign a guard to the doorway until you get autos. I don't have deployment yet. I have to research this and then that to assign them. Oh yeah, no, I got you. It's the same thing like where you saw me coming down here to quick build being like, why can't I find it? I forgot that like I have to research something that then I can, copy and then paste it. And then like the workers still have to do the work the same. But it just kind of makes that happen. Alright, so we got this. So this could be room, staff room, do you. We need some wide sofas and a drink machine. Alright, Shredder. You sleep well. Thank you for tuning in. Alright, so as soon as the staff room's done, there'll be another grant done. We are not making particularly good time on this. So staff. We're gonna up our number of workers. Okay. I don't need a bank. Well, let's go ahead and research bankload. It costs almost nothing, so get that done. I'm not going to worry about tax relief right now, because I'm probably going to end up needing that money just to keep up with the cells. And tax relief is one of those things that when you get into a long run, it's absolutely worth it. But until you get there, like if you're not expecting to put a whole bunch of time into the run, it may never catch up to it. Okay. Sorry. Okay, what do we want to do? Those I have to do the research for first. The crackdown on drugs is just free money. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do that. And so what'll end up happening is we'll search. I go out of my way to try and search, not every single night, but pretty regularly. So we'll probably just get that payout. Cool, we finished the staffing thing. Alright. A security procedure, which is patrols. We have visitation rights. Yeah, no, it's the camera's not working. It's being a punk. So rather than fight with it, I just shut it off. Can't do much about the reoffending rate right now. Probably. So I want to set up visitation anyways, because that's a need that if you don't take care of it, gets really bad really fast. But the common room I don't want to take the time to do right now. This is a lot of research that we got to get through, which is kind of sucks. I mean, we're gonna have to do prison maintenance. It's fine. So you need to get that going. And please build much faster, all of my people. Like, I need to be building, like, all the faster. So now if I put this here, that'll let me build that. And the reason I built this first is because otherwise that can collapse the wall to go here. And then you end up with weird things where people, like, see it as a way out and they can make escape attempts. Whereas I put both those doors up, when this is done, I can yank that door out. And then we have, like, a door separating these blocks, and it should be good. Alright, they're getting pretty close to getting that done, so we're going to do the quick build. We're just going to start making the next batch. Alright. Ultimately, I'm going to want to get rid of these cells entirely. So maybe down the road those become like the workshop and that kind of thing. We'll have to worry about that when we get there. And the reason for that is if I set up all of these to be better, what I should be able to do. Let me check the schedule. Was it shower lockup? Is that a thing I can do? Not that. Where's Reggie? Shower lockup? Yeah, so if I do set up the shower lockup, that should be fine. Oh, I need to separate you. That'll be a big problem. How do I want to address this? Because it's not a good thing. So I need them to... Sorry. So I need everyone to get their showers and all that. But I need them to not murder each other doing so. I've never done this in the evening before. Let's try flipping this. I have a feeling it's going to be a bad time. And we're going to lose a lot of people. But I'm wondering... Here, we're going to move this up. And not there. I'm wondering if I have them do the shower right at the end... I have them do the shower right at the end of the day, if that might actually work out. Okay, this looks like it's all in enclosed space now. Dave is trying to escape. Oh no, actually, do not stop. Stop. Don't dismantle it. I changed my mind. Because I'm noticing these walls don't actually exist yet. I also realized it didn't run the utilities. Kind of important. Yep. For those who aren't aware, I do actually have it where we're using a thing called blurp. And that's where you saw the point redeems where you can play like various... Thank you. We can play various sounds and all that. I do have it where you can also play trolley sounds. But the way we have it here is I say we have the troll toll. So if you're doing a sound that like actually could make me make a mistake in the game, then you gotta actually pay bits for it. Like all the ones I assume Cookie is doing right now. But stuff that's like, you know, I stabbed him 70 or 37 times in the neck or whatever it is. Stuff like those ones are free. You just use points. But it's just like the whole thing is if it's gonna make me make a mistake or can make me make a mistake, you gotta pay the troll toll. Fun sounds, that's fine. Alright, so getting these rooms on. Next thing I need to do is go over here. So I don't feel like I need the canteen to be that big for here. So I need more canteen. That is the thing. I do need the canteen here. This is only 10 prisoners, though. Is it only 10 prisoners? Really? Fine. But I could just literally copy that canteen down here. If it would give me the option. I feel like it's put like a little canteen right here. The common room on that side. That way most of those prisoners will split between the canteens. I don't know. Okay. Meanwhile, I can go to the planning walls. It's fine. You're so isolated right now, but the sound play throughout. Well, that's what on stream the other day. You know, I'm sitting in my base and like cookie. Like thank you, by the way. Like like just the whole time we're sitting there and the whole like I'm hearing a zombie bang and I was like, what the hell? Cause like yeah. Oh, a divine drop? Yep. Yeah, I'm still like, and I get it for the record. I'm still bummed that like not that many people are into watching Path of Exile on the channel, and it's fine. Like I get it, I understand. It just doesn't align with what I else play on there. But I do think it is going to absolutely be a thing that I selfishly at the start of every league I am going to do some streams in Path of Exile. It is what it is. Maybe people get into it, maybe they don't. But I enjoy the game too much to not play it. And I don't have enough time to play it off stream. Like tonight, there's not going to be a YouTube video. I've just been yeah, so Path of Exile is just right. It's the problem with Path of Exile is if you do not play Path of Exile, it's really hard to keep up with what's going on, and it's not one of those like I do the whole thing at the beginning of every league, and I think I am going to keep doing that thing where I start the league and when I play through the story and all that, most people it's just like race absolutely as fast as you possibly can to the end game because that's what everyone wants to do, which is fair. Like that's what I want to do. But I do enjoy kind of going like, okay, here's how we do this. Here's how I put a gem in there. Here's how we do this. Here's how we do that. And like you kind of go through all those types of things. Like here's when you hit the first mechanic. Here's how I do that. I get bombarded with questions about pathway. Yep. Yeah, so like that's usually what I do the first day of the league launch is I will literally just go and each time we hit the mechanics like all right, well we just hit blight. It's like okay, well blight is like the tower defense mode. Here's how you do this. And it won't get into like, well, here's the meta strategy or anything like that. We'll just be like, here's the mechanic, here's how it works, here's your objective, here's a couple things to note. Like, and we'll, you know, demo and all that. And usually I can get through like most of the mechanics. Like we'll have once in a while in the first stream or two that like there'll be a mechanic I just don't bump into during the stream. Cause like a rare mechanic that we miss. But otherwise usually go through literally everything. And usually before the league actually starts, I'll have a stream that's like, here's, you know, ways to decide your build, here's things to consider, you know, here's things that'll get you in trouble, like, you know, very, very common pitfalls, I guess I would put it as. Like I try and do all that. Man, Path of Exile is an excellent game, but I do understand it's not for everyone. It's also one of those games that is a bit of a problem is that it requires a significant time commitment in a league to get anywhere. Like you can like when you're brand new to the game, like you're first playing it for your first time, a successful league when you are very first starting is just to get through the story. The X. Um like that is you've done good. You got through there, excellent. Perfect. And then like leagues after it's getting there. And like if you don't get through all the acts, that's fine too. Like, certainly. But that would be definitely like irrefutably a success is the first time you get through your acts. Because then you get to the end game, which is where all like when you're playing the game, that's when all the new stuff happens. Now that said, now the show says season 28 for Diablo 3 starts on the 24th, so I will totally be involved.
What's the worst that could happen?
Yeah. Prison for honest people. Yeah, this is not going good. It's about to be nighttime. I don't have any of the new cell blocks done. Like we're still trying to get them done. I have not got either of the additional canteens done. We are going to have a heckin' rough second day. But like, I'm making these cells that are more involved and all that. The thing about it is if I didn't go this way, I have that much more other stuff I gotta do. So it is those things like, okay, I'm putting more into these cells now, but it'll save me in the long run. But I needed more guards and needed more work. Okay, lower the intake number. Is it 32? That's the challenge is because it's constant intake. I can't do anything to slow this down. The intake is locked. Literally, I cannot change it. I get what it gives me, and I just have to live with it. They're still waiting on the maintenance for that. Yeah. It says, I'm kind of done with Product Zomboid. These days, I only go up to like 87, 90, and I get to summer game. Yeah, no, it's a lot of people. You're not wrong. It's one of the things that happens some leagues. It's like some leagues they'll have like the whole either some leagues will have it where like the new mechanics progression goes really fast and it feels good so you don't burn on it real fast. And then other ones they'll like try and make it so it's like a league that holds you for a long time. And some of those ones that try and hold you for a long time, it ends up being more bad than good because you just don't want to follow through with it. I don't know, this last league, I wish I played this last, I mean, it's still going for like another month because they extended it. I still wish I got more time in it, like to do more with it. Because like the roguelike mechanic I really enjoyed. I did feel like, so the build choice I went with was fine. I did feel like I needed to make a better bossing build. Like the build I made was okay for the league mechanic. Like there's definitely way worse. But the league, like the way I approached it was not necessarily the best. Yeah. I mentioned before that for me personally, like D3 is fine. My I'm not expecting to be impressed with D4. And the only reason for that is just after Diablo Immortal, I am fairly jaded on Blizzard. And again, I hope I'm wrong. I hope literally it does amazing. But like I hope it's not pay to win on it. I'm just absolutely expecting them to like go hard on the stuff that made them so much money from Diablo Immortal, which will mean a whole bunch of pay to win shenanigans. So I do just worry Blizzard's gonna outright just ruin Diablo, and probably make a boatload of money and keep doing it. Because that's the problem, is they keep doing it and people keep giving them money. And so they do it more. Please. Please. Like, we need you to not buy all the microtransactions. No. Bum. No more micro transactions. Look, man, it's a dirty job. Only it says I played the new WoW Expect. It felt a lot more consumer friendly, so I'm hoping they're on the other side of the pendulum. But I'm not pre-ordering. Yeah, no, that's the only way I end up pre-ordering anymore is like if a game's had a demo and I'm super impressed by it and it's very clear what their monetization strategy is and I'm okay with it, like that kind of thing. And it usually ends up being only indie games, and even then it almost never happens. Like if Coral Island, if that had a demo and I played it and it gave me the hint of what the game was, that would be when I'd pull the trigger on pre-ordering. Which, granted, it's just early access, so you can just play it, but you get the idea. So we're at the point I can lock you open. I'm not sure if all the walls are here because of this highlighting I can't get rid of. Like, this makes me think that wall's not actually there yet. I can lock that open as well. Yeah, it looks like the walls are there. We're just gonna lock those open. I can send that. I just really need those workers moving faster. We got way more to build. Because I still don't have the second canteen built. I need to get the parole rooms, because that helps a lot. Because what'll end up happening is we get rid of prisoners early. That way. Because I pre-ordered D4, and of course, I got the top edition, so if they may do the unthinkable, I will never trust or forgive Blizzard ever. I have WoW for over 15 years and a lot of money into it and D3 and now D4. I'll never buy another prig again if they do us wrong with my D4. Yeah. Like I said, I do hope I am wrong. I hope the backlash they got publicly from Diablo Immortal counts or something. But the fact is, they made an absolutely obnoxious amount of money on it. And so, jaded me just fully expects them to just be like, yup, doing that. Money. Would you please finish building this? Because I don't mind buying like pets and mounts specials like that. You come out, but that is it. Anything like immortal, I'm done. Yeah. Well, like it's one thing when it's like purely a cosmetic thing, unless it's one of those things that like when you play the game, all the gear you find is literally rubbish looking. Like I'm not blaming Blizzard for doing that one. They haven't done that to my awareness. But there are a couple of the cosmetic based games that's like literally you feel like you're walking around in a potato sack with sleeves torn out of it. It's your epic quality gear. So you gotta buy like the microtransaction to make it look like anything that isn't wretchedly awful. It's like, all right, come on, man. Like I understand you're not gonna give me like the super fancy, nice looking thing because you gotta make your money, but this is a little much. We are not building any of this fast enough. I love that actually. I love the idea of playing a hobo who just rolled around in the trash and now is off to fight God. There's well that was what was the game? Was it World of Warcraft? There was a couple games. No, it wasn't World of Warcraft. What was it? It was a PvPvE style game, but it had where you could do like the World of Warcraft thing where you could like take a piece of gear and make it look like a different piece of gear so as long as you had the other one. And so you'd have twink characters who would go out of their way to find like stuff that looks like absolute garbage gear and then transmute like their super epic legendary amazing gear to look like, you know, beginners I just walked off the beach kind of gear. And then just you'd go and it's like, oh, I got this easy fight, and this person would pop out and they're doing like just meta skills, maximum damage kind of thing. I thought that was pretty funny. It is kind of a bummer that it makes the game annoying in that you have to treat everyone like they're the biggest threat ever, which kind of sucks if you are new to the game, because then a person won't like actually like try and give you a fun fight. They'll just straight up like just like absolutely straight up just dumpster fire you just in case you were actually like a strong character. The August says when I bricked my tabula on Pee-wee, I skin transferred onto my character, and I called it the smock of shame. Nice. I'm gonna take 2 seconds to grab myself a new drink, and I'll be right back.
Thank you Max Powers 032 for subscribing for 1 month.
And thank you so much for that sub. I was stepping away for just a moment. But thank you for the Prime Gaming sub, Max Powers. That is a Prime Gaming sub. You only get one of those a month and you used it here. So I really do appreciate that. I do hope you're enjoying your advertisement-free view, or I do hope you enjoy your advertisement-free viewing, as well as access to the emotes. So thank you again for that support. I'm going to do that thing again, where I try the camera and see if the camera doesn't booger up. Nope, that is super boogered. All right, well, you go away again. Yep, that camera is straight up not cooperating today. I'll have to go troubleshoot that after stream. It is frame rate of 2. I don't actually know its frame rate. It's terrible whatever it is. That's the key point. What? Why are these all exclamation mark? Why is that exclamation mark? Why is everything exclamation mark? What happened? I have all my prisoners. Why is everything an exclamation mark right now? Oh, yeah. Hey, Nochik, how's it going? Why does everything have exclamation marks? Failed not behind closed doors. Oh. I know. Close that. Close that. Yeah, so it's this has a wall missing still. Okay, cool. We got another grant done. More prison cells. These day naps are dangerous. Yeah. Oh, there's the problem. You need to move these now. I don't remember the button to prioritize. I need you to move the rubble right now. Right now that rubble needs to be moved. And that door can get dismantled because it's redundant, and that door can get dismantled because it's redundant. How's it going, Nalu? If I can get a shout out for Nalu, if you don't mind. Sorry, I'm cleaning my glasses at the moment, or doing myself. Gotta smooch on it. Thank you. Now Chick is absolutely a fantastic streamer on the platform. Highly recommend. Definitely worth a follow. Plays Ride a Game and playing stuff like Dark and Darker. Been playing, what else do we have in here? There's a good couple ones. Been playing some Project Zomboid. And all that good stuff. So fun times. That's not the buttons I wanted, but they are the buttons I pushed. Alright, so I'm gonna have to do groundkeeping and prison labor. Let's get those queued up. We did not get the things. Oh man, would you please just move the thing? So the problem is that this is here. That door is open. I can't open that door. The prisoners will just run out. Like, all this time, we got one of those prison cells done. You got some challenging pregnancy news, but you slept it off? Thanks for our new game plan. Gotcha. Well, I hope whatever your challenging pregnancy news, you know, hope everything goes well. Kiddos be stressful. Oh, you're coming out of solitary confinement. I'm amused at the idea that these are gonna have windows, but they're windows like right into the next prison cell. Ah, gotcha. Okay, that's definitely challenging news. That's nowhere near. Put the window directly behind the toilet. Sometimes when I was earlier, I went to put the wall down. I almost put a glass wall down, like a glass wall to a shower. Does not sound like the thing you should do. That definitely sounds like a pretty big concern. We are not building these prison cells even remotely close to this fast, because I've basically got room for 22 more prisoners. We've got 32 showing up. I've got 2 who are ready to go on, well, 3 who are ready to go on parole, but I don't have a parole room. My intention is to put a parole room here and there, because we're gonna have to. Is American style prison? I'm sure it's not going to be the worst going on. Yeah, there's gonna be some. There'll be some bad stuff here. Getting more people. Alright, morning happened, and immediately a whole bunch of people started kicking off. I don't have a place to treat injured people yet, by the way, so you know. I don't really want to bring in paramedics, but what's going to happen? Wait, I still have injured people, paramedics. Oh, there you go. I was like, I saw the one icon move off the bottom screen. I was like, wait, did you just show up? And just nope out, be like, you know what? I don't feel like it. Where are you taking that prisoner? Yeah, so we're patching everyone up real fast. Alright, get out of here. So I need to get these prison cells taken care of before we get the next set made. We got a next batch of prisoners coming in. I do not have enough solitary confinement. I need to get our parole stuff set up. I don't have enough kitchens. We're gonna have people go hungry today, and the place is going to go down in flames. Like the whole place is going to just almost instantly catch fire because hungry prisoners just immediately get mad. Pretty sure they're overdosing. Yeah, he overdosed. I knew that was going to come and there's nothing I could really do about it. I saw the overdose, but I don't have an infirmary, which is the only place you can treat it. Alright, cool. So, rooms, we will do canteen. Like, these doors are what's holding up our workers a lot, is just waiting for the guards to open all the doors, but not much I can do about it yet. Once they finish this, I can lock this door open, which would be nice. I'm sure you could jam 4 people in that room. Yeah, I could fit more prisoners if it comes down to it. Right now, we're okay. But, where are those prisoners? We should have been getting a busload of more prisoners. And they just don't seem to have a ride. Really no ethical issues. Oh, there's gonna be so many issues. At least this one you can kind of understand the ethical issues here going on, like how they're happening, is that we just cannot, get what we need fast enough. So, like, the prisoners just showing up and we're kind of stuck with it, versus just cutting corners kind of stuff. Like, you understand how this happened. You just can't keep up with what's happening. I canceled the power line because I right-clicked it. Huh. We definitely didn't get the new batch prisoners. Like, I keep expecting to see the three, there they are. There's the trucks. I was like, we definitely should have the next batch by now. I keep doing that because I'm trying to keep things moving, so I'm opening them manually. I need these 2 cells to be finished before I feel comfortable, like... Well, actually, no, those are interior cells, so it shouldn't be a way they can escape. So I can lock that door open. This door I can't lock open because once they open that up, it could potentially be out to the open. That's a really tricky one. The tricky one is that's not going to allow me to finish that room. Actually, I can probably be cheeky to get my way around this. It has to have a door to finish. So you can start building that out, start building the canteen out, and then put the door here while everyone's asleep or something. Cool, that's all done. Alright, so we got the janitors, we're working on our gardener. We've got that. Health next, since we got people actively dying in our prison right now. About to get that cell block done. We are way behind the ball on our prison cells. Boom. Wait, don't put those there. Okay. I'm just avoiding building all the tables and that in there until they get that built. We'll get everything wired up, get the next thing done. Then I work on this side. I need to get more cells over. That's part of the reason I made this so big, is I'm like, okay, I'm just gonna like literally make another copy of these cells and put them down here. Don't get why I don't see duplicate here. It's fine. Or are you having a problem? It's basically telling me I need a cell for this person. Oh, we can lock that open now. Cool. We can lock you open. Rooms. Where's kitchen? So there's our kitchen here. Bench. Alright, so I get those canteens online. We'll do staff, 2 more cooks. What? Why? Oh, you're waiting for solitary confinement? But there's 2. It's fine. Alright, so that's being built. We've got this going on. I need to get the next wing of prison cells done, but I don't have enough money for the next cell of prison wings. So, not sure. Oh, I'm still getting my from the prison intake. Okay. Okay, never mind. That answers that question. I was like, how am I supposed to fix my problem? So you're 24 by 14. Alright. So we need to go here. I still wish I had the duplicate tool ray. Alright, so we'll do concrete foundation. Go like this. Like that. Let them start building it. Then we'll put the door on when it's mostly ready. They'll get all those rooms put in place. Alright. Yeah, so you can see where this is going to get worse and worse and worse, because what's going to happen is as our people start getting upset and picking fights and killing each other and all that stuff, it means I'll go from having people here just for a little while to people are here for basically ever. So the kind of the goal I want to get is I need to get parole up. That way, as early as I can start paroling people out, because it gives me a nice little bump in my money. And then plus the people parole out also get the heck out. Both of which are ideal. Alright, so parole room. Where'd you have parole? Oh, do I need the lawyer first? Where are you, parole? There you are. 5x5. That'll fit. Won't look elegant, but it'll fit. Okay, so we'll get our parole up here. Alright, good, so you got that. How big are you? (15 by 14). Alright, we'll get that built up for the kitchen and the canteen for up there. We're fast burning through all of our money. We're about to finish this grant, which will be a little bit. That'll probably get done soon. So all that stuff will help. I'm also gonna need prison labor pretty soon to prison labor pretty soon so I can start doing laundry and all that, because otherwise pretty soon our people are gonna get really upset pretty fast. Don't worry about the guy walking around with a chainsaw, it's fine. Alright, do we have any reform, any programs we can do yet? I can't do the parole. I don't have rooms for any of these things. When I do, I will. The other thing is I could get more workers to build much faster, but then I end up running out of money quicker, so it's kind of that juggle of how many workers you can afford to keep going. Hey, for everyone who's been tuning, who's been lurking, chatting, following, subscribing to the bits, hosts, donos, and the raids. And also, I really do appreciate it. I do hope you're enjoying the stream so far. And our completely ethical for-profit prison, where we're definitely treating the inmates with the utmost care. And by that I mean frantically trying to build literally anything to stave off everything catching fire as fast as possible. Our money is not keeping up, and it's very concerning. Because I haven't built any new cells yet today. And I got 32 more people coming in tomorrow. Trying to wait till most of this is done. Or try and put the door there just so they don't try to escape. I guess we get to do this thing again. Large door there. Then I should be able to open that and have that fill in. Like, this is done. I'm gonna try and put the door here. There is a chance when I do this, they immediately start escaping. Or they'll try to, and then, like, it'll fill in, and then it'll just get in fights with guards, and everything will escalate. It'll be terrible. But I need to keep things moving forward, or we are going to lose. So I do want to get the paroles up. I want to get the cell block going. I need to get this cell block, the canteen. Everything needs to get going. Trying to think. So, like, I make more dorms down here, and our people are gonna get really pissy about it. Which is fine. Like, if I have to, I have to. So basically, the thing I'm debating is I can put a bunch of extra cells to deal with the number down here, but then I have, like, I have to build an extra shower. I have a whole bunch of other stuff I got to worry about. Or I can, build these. Like, what even might be good is it might be actually good to take these, make cells like this, but instead make them dorms, so it's 2 beds, but there's a shower and a toilet in there. That might be an okay. Cool. So it looks like it went fine. We'll lock that open. Room. Parole. Now figure itself out. Because paroling people go a long way for helping us out. Like a long, long way for helping us out. Cool. So now this one's redundant. I can get rid of this one. All right. A luxury cell? Oh yeah. I wish. That's not a thing that's happening. We still not have the duplicate thing. I'm missing something because there's a duplicate thing, but I want to duplicate those cells. But that's fine. We're gonna go ahead and do it. Like, part of the reason I went and did this way, making the big box first, is now I can just, like, leave those doors open and keep making cells. Alright, so we're just gonna go ahead and keep building those improved cells. Gonna be a pain point for me, but what we're doing. Alright, that gives me another wing of cells. I was gonna say, please. Well, that's not helpful. Alright, where's Parole? Nah, it didn't go riot, but they definitely tore each other up quite a bit. It wouldn't be surprised if at some point we do end up triggering a riot here. Alright, so we got our parole rooms made. We got this, so we can go here. But the reason why this is getting so bad is all of the prisoners from up here are all, you know, going to that one place. And I need to separate them out more. So that's 5. 6 by 14, get rid of that. Kitchen. Canteen. You didn't choose the whole room for some reason, it's fine. Does you ever build staff corridors to keep inmates and staff separated? Not really, because it's very difficult to make that work. It's not that I never do it, but usually it's just too difficult to make that happen. It's especially going to be difficult to make it happen because I am playing with infinite intake, so I don't really get enough time to plan stuff out and like make it nice. We're just genuinely trying to keep ahead of the prisoners at all. So like we don't get to have the time for any kind of luxuries whatsoever in this whole place. It's just get a prisoner going it. Okay, they're there. But yeah, it's tricky to have corridors that go through, like have the corridor for the prisoners and then have like a separate corridor for other people. Alright. So I don't want to, but I don't have a medical room. Oh, I actually do have doctors. I have a doctor whom I'm going to manually tell who is not going to react at all because the doctor doesn't work without an infirmary. Yeah, snitch X and law enforcement, that's the reason they got targeted. Oh good, the doctor is actually doing their job now. But I need to get an infirmary up, which is just another thing to deal with. I wonder why they're not putting the prisoners in the holding cell. Like, it tells me I don't have enough cell. Never mind, it's got it. Alright. So unfortunately, we are broke. We are straight broke right now. And the worst part is, if I can get a gardener, then I finish the grant and I get money. But I think that's okay. Oh, man. 1 in solitary, 16 waiting for their turn in solitary. I need more solitary confinement cells, and we do not have the means to make that happen. Alright, oh, I also need 2 more cooks. Alright, so you almost got prison labor up. When I get prison labor, I can start assigning some prisoners to the kitchens. Got 1, 2, 3, 4. Alright. Okay, because that'll help. Because I'm almost to the point where we'll have enough narcotics collected that we'll complete the crackdown on drugs. I need more yards. I need more everything. The prison needs to grow much faster than it is. The prisoners are coming too fast. I still don't even have visitation. And I'm only recruiting the informant to get them out of solitary confinement. Cool, so that kitchen will be online in time. Alright, we have everyone here. We're doing the shakedown to hopefully get those narcotics, plus try and keep our people from killing each other less. Yeah, so one of the things I'm definitely going to have to do is I'm going to have to get visitation up soon, because with 16 families waiting, what's going to end up happening is our prisoners are going to start getting more and more upset because they haven't been able to have visitations and all that. Alright, so that kitchen's done. That's all done. We're all good all here. We've got the next set of cells being made. Cool, grant completed. So before anything else happens, hire a gardener. That's another grant done. So I got 2 grants you can go. Okay. Tool cleanup is an easy one to make just happen. So inmate well-being is one we can make happen pretty quick. We're already halfway through it. We can go here and just say psychology. All right. We need to build a medical area, which is something I do need to just do in general. I have no idea where I'm shoving this thing. Like, I think I'm just shoving it in the middle of the prison, which is not where you want it. Just gonna fill this all in. So let them build that, and we'll shove the door in there like we did last time. Because that'll give me room for like a medical place, probably a common room. The question is, where do I put visitation? I don't want to put it up here. I mean, I could put it up here. I need the holding cell and I need the showers right now. I could see putting visitation right here and having the door there. I think that's what's going to happen. So we're going to go ahead and change our rooms out front. So this is deliveries now, that whole area. I don't have any exports. But just in case we get them. Okay, so now we're going to go to our rooms and say, don't worry about this room. It's not a room anymore. We got foundation, concrete. Question is, how big are the visitation booths? Two by two. Alright, so then we can go here. We just need to make sure the inside is even number. Yeah. So I have enough room for 5 booths. Okay, so that'll be that. We'll put a door here, and we'll put a door there. Oh. This will be a double visitor door. We'll still have to go through that front secure area. Then I go here, we have the booths there, the prisoners will come from this side, and it should be fine. Alright. And I guess the next thing to do is planning walls. You are 14 by 24. That'll be the next wing as well. It's like we're just ever in an aggressive expansion in this run. And that'll continue if we manage to stay ahead of it. That'll continue until we get to the point we turned on that aging mechanic. Until we literally have people aging out of the prison. Or that we actually have people releasing from like the built up time, like the releasing at a similar rate that we're bringing new people in, which is going to be very unlikely for a very long time. How is our cash flow, by the way? Okay, so we are positive. We actually have more parole. We definitely want to parole anyone we can. Like, don't get me wrong, they have to pass their own parole. Like, you just make it so they can go and basically try to get paroled. Oh, that needs to be locked open. But, you definitely want to make it available for them to attempt to parole. Because they can get like 3,000 or 5,000 payout if you parole someone early. And then if they re-offend, you get a penalty. All right. Now, kind of one of the good news, we got all these canteens, so I shouldn't have to worry. Like, even if I go and I build a bunch of cells out here, we're good on canteens. The next thing I need is another yard, which I could put there. Like, I could build, 2 sets of cell blocks here, 2 down here, plunk a yard down in the middle there, and that'd probably do okay. I also wonder with the regime, if I were to change yard to just free time in general, if they wanted to do the yard, I think they would go do the yard. I'm going to try it because I do think it'll mean we'll have less people in the yard, because right now that's kind of our bottleneck, is all of these prisoners go to that yard. Which is a bad time. And maybe what we'll do is when these cell blocks get done, we'll put some solitary confinement off the ends of them. Hey, the notebook page. Those are just hidden Easter eggs that, like, you can actually see, like, the notes the devs were making when planning and figuring out the game, that kind of thing. Okay. I'd like to build more metal detectors down here, but I'm kind of waiting because I don't have much tool money. I just need to get other stuff done. Oh, gotcha. That's what I'm hearing, like, scribble away, as it's them finishing these prison cells. Oh, it's gonna be real bad when I have to build out the power grid again. Because it's gonna cost money and it's gonna take time to set up. Because this isn't like a lot of games where you just put more and more power generation on the same grid. If I have a second power generator on the same grid, it just knocks out your entire grid. So pretty soon I'm gonna need to make a second power station to start powering stuff. Separate out my grids. I wish they'd finish that room so I could finish designing it. Probably it. Alright, so we've got that. So, doors. Double doors. Objects. Well, we'll go rooms. There's visitation. There's visitation there. So that should help with the visitation stuff. So it'll be one fire we're putting out. Right now I got 20 people waiting to visit. And if you don't get ahead of that, the prisoners start getting like really, really angry. And they just start killing each other. And that causes you problems. That'll help get ahead of that. We'll put the infirmary in here somewhere. I don't even know what's going in there. Well, the medical ward. That's the only thing that's been in the game for a while. This says medical ward, but if you check your rooms, I believe it's infirmary. Yeah, infirmary. I don't know why. That's been that way since, like, forever. But it's kind of a confusing thing where one place tells you one thing, one place tells you the other. Alright. So we're not doing great. I've only got 16 new prison cells since yesterday, and 32 prisoners who are going to be trying to fill those 16 cells. So, you know, math be like that. Yeah, it's not good. I was also sitting there thinking, it's like, man, we're getting to the point I really need more guards. I also do not have the money to hire more guards. Because it's currently for every guard, there's what? Like, no, four prisoners? Four prisoners in just a little bit? It's not great. It could certainly be worse, but it is one of those things that could tee off pretty easily, and I wouldn't be able to do much about it. Alright. Here comes the next batch. 4 Supermax prisoners in it. Like, I probably need to sit here and separate those out more. But I think we're stuck with what we got. Like, education, we'll need to do that. Deployment, all that, we'll need... Actually, we can go ahead. I'll spend a little bit of money to get security moving, because we'll need deployment for stuff really soon. It's not exactly expensive. Alright, so you're upset because of your drug situation. We got a bunch of people kicking off. Okay, you're just volatile. I was scared from what's gonna be like some like legendary awful. There's a lot of them with drug problems that they're teeing off because, you know, they want their fix and they can't get it. Alright. Here comes the next wave we're not ready for. I was like, let me start building next wing. It's like, I don't have the money. I've already got a new wing being built. I need to just sit on my hands, let the people catch up. I'm just really hoping some of these people parole to give me both the money and to get them the heck out. I have no idea where my doctors are. I have two of them. They're here somewhere. Get in there. I think it's just these last two, and then... I'm going to not hold that door open. Let's see what happens if we make that a door. So, like, this is a concern. I need this to be done before I put the door there, because if I don't, the prisoners are all going to make a run for it. Well, a bunch of them will make the run for it. Alright, so we still need 16 more cells. Which is bad, because you do another cell block like that, it's not 16. We have to make another one of these, which means its own shower. I really don't want to. I do wish I could kind of like in place say make that a dorm bed. The only way I'm gonna be able to do that is like do that a glass cell. That's somewhat upsetting. Alright, well, 3 of them just finished parole. I don't know if they made it or not. I think it's like once they walk off the map. Yeah. Did you get paroled? No. It's fine. I think we got some paroles. We just got a bunch of money. It's all gonna disappear when I start building these things. Okay, so we're all standing around, so we're just gonna have to take our chance with some of this. So you're gonna be a staff door, and you're gonna be a staff door. I don't know what they're gonna be, chat. They're gonna be something. They're gonna be a big cell wall, and we'll see if everyone just runs out into a game over right here. Put him in the holding cell. That's literally its purpose. Okay, and there's the doors, and if this doesn't go well, we lose a bunch of prisoners. Because I cannot wait till, like, they all go back to their cells to try and do it. It needs to happen right away. So that is what it is. So I'm already way behind on how fast I should be building these cells. We might be looking at a riot pretty soon. Did one of those finish? Okay, so one janitor died, but everyone else is fine. Okay, no big deal. I mean, wait, what? It is what it is. Like, people are gonna die in this prison. Like, we're basically just trying to ride the fence of not enough people died to game over. There's that cell block. How do I even want to do this? Oh my god, I've got like 40 people who need to go into So for right now, I'm just gonna call this entire room in the infirmary. It needs to be split up, but right now that's just the infirmary. We're just gonna go like this. Medical beds. Have 4. Good enough. Programs. Pharmaceutical drug treatment. We're gonna get a couple of those going. Start working people through that. That room's done. I don't even remember what I'm gonna make that room. It's fine. The psychologist office. We can make the psychologist office here. Rooms. Is that its own office or? The board has decided to experiment with a number of cost-saving measures across the facility. Your prison is being included. We need you to reduce the meal quantity and meal variation policies in your prison to low and see what effect it has on overall budgets. No! Boss. Let's talk about this, man. This is not a good time for that. This is not the time to be seeing if we can cause our prison to basically melt down. Yeah, go pound sand, CEO. Alright, so we need a filing cabinet, we need a desk, we need a chair, and we need a sofa. Hey, chat. I'm pretty sure this run's about to end. Because, with all those penalties, this place is gonna burn. Alright, so, what the heck did you want me to do? Change your prisoner's meal quantity and meal variation to low. I don't want to. I don't want to, boss. I don't want to do these things. We're painting the walls with blood right now. We don't have time to listen to Meals on Wheels crap. He's all like, yeah, so a whole bunch of your guards just got injured. One of your janitors was murdered. A couple prisoners died. What if we really just did everything in our power to piss them off? Like, really just leaned into the angering the prisoners as much as we could possibly make happen. Like that'd help, right? Oh, so this is saying they want a chapel. If we make a chapel, we might actually be able to make them slightly less on fire actively. So right now, you're just gonna be a chapel. It's gonna be those things that we're going to go through here later and cut this room into little bits to be other things. But for the moment, good enough for me. Programs, spiritual guidance. Two. The solitary confinement is just blood. It's just a room of blood. Alright, chat, give me just a minute. I'm going to pause because I have a feeling it's going to kick off in a big way. I'm going to be right back. I just need to use the restroom. So thank you so much for everyone tuning in, lurking, and following, subscribing to the bits, donos, and the raids. It all helps. I really do appreciate it. I do hope you've been enjoying the stream. I'll be right back. Okay, so sorry about that. He was saying, yup, this is about to go pop goes the weasel. In this joint, sparks are about to get ready to fly. Get ready to call for reinforcements. Yep, and then we'll get the call saying it's been a dark day in their prison. More than X number of people die in the next day. You'll go in there. Okay. This is really going to go badly. Especially since we don't have prison cells for everyone. Oh, we finished a grant. Yay, grant. I don't remember which grant we're working on. Grant. Serve a single low quantity. Well, I mean, we're already doing that, so might as well lean in on it. So it's a single low quantity. Does that mean we feed them once in a day? This is going to be bad. I'm going to go with the later in the day meal goes away. Reform programs are the key to prisoners' success integrating in society. Some offenders will start successful new lives while others will fall back into old ways and reoffend. Reform prisoners will bring an additional amount of cash. This is just literally teaching me how the game works. It doesn't matter, CEO. We're going to burn this place down. We're going to burn it to the ground. What's going to happen here? It's going to be a cautionary tale is what it's going to be. How not to run a prison. By not feeding anyone. What? Okay. Meanwhile, we go rooms. Where we have office. Where did you go? Office. I'm just gonna do a quick build. Office. Where'd you go? Boom. It's fine. Deployment. And intelligence and patrols. Because I'll need all those. I also gotta get legal. Don't worry about it. I have no reason I'm prioritizing legal up here. Legal is not a thing I'm prioritizing in the immediate future for any specific reason that you need to be concerned of. I assure you, everything is fine. And there's going to be nothing at all of significant moral ethical concerns. We've got the next set of prison cells going. So you are 14 by 24. Needs to go 23 because we got the wall there. So they'll start building that out. Because I need to get the next line of cells in here. I can't stop. Won't stop. It's got to keep coming. Power's gonna get overrun in not too long. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. As a reminder, I do anonymous follows here, which just means if you want your name called out, you gotta let me know. Otherwise, I'm gonna assume you don't. Well, a guard just got crowbarred. And it's like it never happened. Beanbag boys would be nice to have. I would love to be able to give my people tasers. I don't have the money to give my people tasers. I'm trying to train stuff. Like, there are a dozen things I'm trying to get done to make it so, like, that could be a possibility. And one of those things we're going to do is we're going to do a quick build here of our office. So I can get the chief here. Consider quarters some or more mischievous prisoners with tracking belt. Keep tracking them through the security room. I don't have a security room. I agree that'd be a good idea, but I don't have the thing you're talking about. What I do have is over 40 people waiting to go to solitary confinement, which is not good. Alright, we only need 12 more cells. Time to build solitary wing. I need just cells. Like, I'm 12 cells less than I need for my prisoners. The solitary wing would be a luxury that I would love to have. But right now, I don't even have the thing I need for the basic needs. But that's the whole thing. That's what makes this hard. Is that the prisoners just keep on coming and coming and coming, and you just cannot get ahead. You're just basically trying your best to keep the whole place from burning to the ground around you. I have no idea who that is. B-type. Alright, we only are 9 cells short. Yeah, no, it's a catch-22 rhetorical. So I could have made a bunch of cells like this, but then I just have to keep making like bigger showers and all that. So it is, I think it's all these things that what I should have done is these nicer cells. These should be the dorm beds, so I'm getting double out of these, and I think we would have been fine. And I probably could do that, like, I mean, get ahead, I could start swapping these beds out. I mean, as a super detective Jake, I have no idea any of those things you just said. Can I just hot swap these? I wish I could just like click on that and just basically say, pull that bed out, put it in, so that the cell wouldn't become a not cell very long. Like, if I had the copy paste here, and I don't know why I don't, if I had the copy paste here, I would make one cell that's right, and then just do that. Yeah, you can always sell them and put them in storage. Like, that's the thing. If I had the copy paste, I'd literally just plunk them down really fast. But I am very lazy. And we're probably going to lose because of it, for the record. Oh, that's not... Oh, right. There's a hallway. Oh, no, it is. I'm pretty sure it's inside the quick build. I'm pretty sure you go here. Yeah, it's like copy and paste existing parts of prison. But I think there's something you have to like. When you open a tab, you have to... Oh. It's because the UI was too big. Alright, cancel those. Okay. Someone's losing their prison cell real fast. You. Get out of here. Your prison cell's gone. I forget how to prioritize doing this. I need you to dismantle this bed immediately. Yeah, no, it's... I mean, I played a bunch myself. It's because I have the UI bigger, so I can, like, it looks good on stream and everything. And just half the games, all they do is they make the UI bigger without any consideration about how it impacts anything else. Alright, so I'm going to finish that up. But the goal here is I'm going to try and get all those to be dorms. And And we'll start getting that flipped over. We'll try and get these flipped over. So go room. We'll switch this to being a dormitory. As soon as that bed gets made, I'm going to copy it and we're going to start placing it. I got like it's left control. I did get it. I was able to highlight it. What's more likely going to happen is tomorrow in game, everything is going to catch fire because that's when that the lack of eating that we've been doing, that's going to be when that finally does catch up with us. Quick build, clicked out the window, custom, clone, copy you. All right, and copy you. Huh? Oh, no, that's right. I was like looking at it wrong. It's like, what? Why doesn't it line up? Okay. There you just go like this. I'll deal with why someone died just now. I'm out of money, so I'll deal with it just this moment. Oh, overdose. That's fine. I don't care. I wish I could prevent it, but I'm doing everything I can, my man. I don't even know where our doctors disappeared to. They should be in there. They're not in the staff room. They're not in the infirmary, so there's your problem. Where are my doctors? What? Why are you out here? Get the hell in your office. Letting people die? Literally your only job here is to stay in your office and treat people. Where are you going? Oh, you're installing the windows, that's fine. Okay. The good news is pretty close to finishing up our next grant. I'm expecting everything to get really bad tomorrow. In-game day tomorrow, when all of those people not being fed this long catches up, it is going to be a disaster. Why is the yard not happy? Must be behind secure doors. What doors are missing? What do you know that I don't know, game? You're telling me you need to be behind secure doors. I don't see an opening, and I dislike it. I wish I could click on it and have a better idea. Because that's all fully closed off. This should be closed off. I built this box first. You're clearly running through the wall, though. Let's close this. Why can they run through that wall? That's fine. We'll get it sorted. Okay, we finished a grant. I wasn't paying attention to which one. The tool supply. Cool. Grants. Okay. Visitor rights. Because all I'm missing is a common room, some phones, and a pool table. That's not too bad, because I can go here and say, alright. Where's the phones? There's our phones. Yeah, security is another one I need. I'm trying to see the ones I can get the money for as fast as possible. Like, I've already done most of the work for the security one. I just need to get the stuff I can complete to get the cash as fast as possible. I only chose the visitation because it's mostly done. I literally could just take one of these rooms and like hack a chunk off it, make it a common room, drop a pool table in, and we are done. Like literally I'm just gonna go wonk, rooms, common room. This might be the smallest common room I've ever built. Assuming we don't burn flowers. This is fair. Cool. So we've got all that. So literally we're just waiting for that to get built. We'll be good. We're about to finish making our having more cells, so that'll be another one done. Oh my goodness, the number of people I need in solitary confinement is ridiculous. I don't get why they can walk through the walls in a bunch of places. Like, we built this place first and then added everything. It's like we need an entire subblock for SC. SC. Solitary. Oh yeah. No, we actually do. Honestly, if I can get enough of these up, I'm gonna just start converting some of these into solitary. Just like straight up make that a solitary room and be done with it. I just need to get ahead of the intake. I think with these I can. Like we'll go and swap these. I'll start grabbing some of these also and switching them over. Because like this will get us up pretty good. I can put another wing out here. We already have the canteen and everything. I can start making like individual cells back here into solitary confinement. Get armory on the list so you can start getting that set up for tasers. I need a classroom. They've just been like lobbing this room, like these rooms apart haphazardly because they don't have time to plan. All right, how many people are gonna die? Because a whole bunch of hungry people just woke up. What do you mean the danger level is increasing? Oh, good. We finished another grant. 2 of our guards died. You're a legendary prisoner, aren't you? No, you're just deadly. A 3rd person died. I don't know where the 3rd person died. Yeah, 2 guards got killed, and then there's another person who died somewhere. Alright, gonna need you to keep building that area though. Old cell? That doesn't, like, I know these ones died. Like, these 2 died here. I said those 2 died, but there's a 3rd one. I don't know where the 3rd one is. Unless there's another person in there we don't see because of the stuff, but I mean, it is what it is. Follow the blood. Yeah, there was enough death here. Oh, they changed the UI here a little bit. Okay. Get a few more of those. A few more cooks. Where are my doctors and why are they not in their infirmary? Do I, like, need to delete the deliveries? Why are you out here? Like, people are just staying in, like why go treat people? Like, they're right there. Alright, we're gonna go through this way, that's fine. I will shrink the room down to just the beds. I don't understand. I don't get it. Did they bug something in the last update with the doctors? Like, I'm gonna have to, like, manually force them to go back to their infirmary again and again? They keep standing out here by deliveries for some reason. There's the 2 guards that die. Who's the 3rd person? Where are they at? Like, they're all injured and unconscious, and none of my people are treating them. Solitary confinement was just getting worse and worse. Trying to look for the... I think I already fixed this. Trying to look for the damaged room to switch it over to being solitary. Do we have to have an orderly or something? I think the doctors specifically do things. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. As a reminder, do anonymous follows, which just basically means I only call it names if you let me know it's cool, because there's a lot of people who don't want it. No, the orderly is for the criminally insane. Or they just recover slowly now? Oh, it looks like they just recover slowly in the beds now. Weird. I guess they just reworked it, which is fine. Because it used to be the doctor would, like, run up, they'd, like, stick him with a needle, and they'd, like, very rapidly recover their health. They probably did that, because I'm willing to bet people figured out a way to cheese the medical. To, like, have people constantly getting knocked unconscious, and then medicaling them up. As a way of dealing with them. Versus them staying injured a long time. If we look at their grading, that'll bring it way down. So them getting injured is now a bigger issue, which I think is reasonable. Okay, so we've got that there. So quick, custom, clone. We're just gonna go here and say you like this. Do that whole thing. Go here, concrete wall. Do that. Doors. That door, we'll put the door here. You've already got the next set of cells being built now. In the meantime, I need to get more solitary cells. I should probably give those up, but I keep not doing it because I'm like, but we can make it happen. Did you replace him for Jed one? I replaced the janitor a while back. I actually added a second janitor too. You know, I actually have a bunch of space. I know where we can put some solitary confinement. That's fine. Okay. We're making progress on our single low meal. Surprisingly, we haven't gone full riot yet. Because I keep expecting us to go full riot. Alright. Let's see. Security procedure. A whole lot of people are getting real upset. Well, that's not promising. That's 7 deaths today. That's very quickly gonna upset people with us. On the upside, we're increasing the size of our solitary confinement. That's been overdue. It's weird. Like, it used to be a thing I didn't have to, like, tear up those lights one by one. Okay. And we're just working our best to try and grow the prison. Making those nicer dorms is gonna help us a lot. But the stupid thing that the CEO is making us have like terrible food is just keeping us on a knife's edge the whole time. Oh good, we got a full hearse going out of here. Wouldn't wouldn't want to not fill it up. Like, make sure you're using all the storage. Jeez. Everyone is mad about safety. Everyone feels very unsafe right now. I can't imagine why people feel very unsafe. If we look at our people's needs, what do they say? Safety, hygiene, family, recreation, those are all fair. Whole screen's blinking. I mean, we're not feeding them enough because of the mission thing that the CEO gave us. So they definitely have legitimate complaints there. Um, most of the other stuff is set up. Man, I need to get the new power on. Okay, so we can go ahead and while we got this, max that sucker out. Need to run the wires down here. Okay, so we're managing so far. Like, we're definitely not in a good place. People are dying. People are super upset. It's awful, but we're managing to stay away from, like, a game over so far. We'll see, though. I think 7 deaths won't be enough to trigger the, don't let anyone die. Like, don't let more than 5 people die for whatever amount of time. I think we'll be okay from that, but I'm not confident in that. We still have that one tiny little yard. Oh, good. We have one per prisoner releasing soon. We got a bunch up for parole as well. Um, get a bunch of pharmaceutical treatment in here. Get more of those. That's fine. All right. So things are starting to calm down. What are you doing? Rioting. You're just rioting by yourself? Let's stop that. Like, it's not only that they're riding by themselves. They're riding by themselves and not damaging anything. They're just, like, running circles around there, just being like, I'm fighting a riot. I'm fighting a riot. It's so annoying not having the camera because, like, us doing stuff here. Are you still potato? Yep, you're still potato. I keep wanting it to not be potato, but it's still potato. It is 100% potato right now. It's very upsetting, actually. Okay. So as soon as this cell block is done being built, I can go ahead and immediately get the next one. I'll finally be ahead. With us finally being ahead, I can start taking all of these apart and making those into make like an entire wing of these into solitary confinement. And then I can tear this apart, make just make a classroom wherever I could shove it in here. Like, no elegance, just ram a classroom in there. I've actually debated putting a classroom down at, like, the end of these, which is probably fine. That one doesn't have much space. You know what? We're just going to shove the classroom down here. Like, layout-wise, it makes no sense to do this in the real world. We're going to make it a big classroom. Money is not a huge problem on this kind of stuff. We're going to make just a really heckin' large classroom here. Okay, so lock you open. We now go and say quick build. How's the prison going? Only somewhat, mostly on fire. Alright, so we've got that. We will put that there. Once that's built, we put the other one there. And then I'll be in good shape. Cool. But yeah, the prison's going mostly well. We got a quest from the CEO, who's basically making us underfeed our prisoners. So everyone is a little bit unhappy with us. Mostly, entirely, angrily, violently unhappy with us. But, you know, otherwise it's fine. We're starting to get a lot of gang members in here, I'm noticing. Which is very concerning. Oh, please. Let's see. Security menu? What are you? Alright. Boiling point. Oh, interesting. Yeah, so we've got a gang leader, lieutenant. So the green gang here, we've got, they're pretty well represented. There's 14 of them in the prison right now. So they're getting pretty strong. They literally are about half the size of our security force. Which is a little concerning to think about. Because if things do get out of hand, they absolutely will go to war. Alright. I'm gonna wait till I go to sleep. I'm waiting till I go to sleep to do that. I'm real scared when I go to do that. They're just gonna all run for that and start causing trouble. Alright, so we got that. So you can put a large door here. And then this door will go away once that door's secured. I don't know about being scared of the gang that is named green. Oh, I don't think that's a gang name. That's just their color. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. And I do hope you enjoy it here, and welcome. I do have anonymous follows, so all that means is if you want me to call out your name, just gotta let me know it's cool. Otherwise, I'm gonna assume that you want to keep it on download, because there's a lot of people who prefer not have their names called out, so trying to respect that. All right. So people are starting to get returned to their cells. We're almost at the point we can start improving their meal situation. The CEO is killing us with how long they want me to have that like that terrible food situation. Yeah, the CEO's Weight Watchers thing just go away. Yeah, he was like, we want to see what the budget will be as if we like not feed our prisoners hardly at all. Like, CEO, things are already not in a good place, my man. This is not the time for that type of experimentation. We really, really should give the prisoners at least enough food. All right, we're gonna shake down the cells, try and disarm as many of them as we can. That that person had a sword? Okay. Will that make them more mad? Yeah, but they usually get over the searching thing if you do it right at the beginning. They usually get over it by the time they wake up. Yeah. Right now, though, I mostly need to make sure they're not armed so they don't wake up and claw hammer each other or whatever. Or dig tunnels or the main other things that could be going on because they're all mad. Please finish this. Oh, thank goodness. For a moment, I got scared. All right, rooms. Where is the classroom? I have not unlocked it. That is not helpful. Okay, well, you see, I wanted this room to be a big specific thing. Education. The reason it's saying 3 out of 20 guards, like it keeps popping around, it's because I have literally everyone searching. Is that a barbed bat? Yeah, yeah, it's like a barbed bat. Like, this is stuff that came with, they had, like, a Halloween update, so there's, like, a bloody chainsaw, and there's, like, a rusted, like, it's a bat with, like, chains wrapped on it. It's just another weapon in the game. But that was added to, like, a Halloween update just for fun. Like, you can actually have it where, like, zombies show up in your prison and all that. The zombies are pretty underwhelming, unfortunately. Like, even your regular guards will typically take on the zombies without a whole lot of problem. Okay, so it looks like we revealed the tunnel. Ooh, they almost got out. They were right there. Ooh, how'd they smuggle that in? We'll just pretend they threw it over the fence back when this was close there. Or, you know, it was in a box that someone drew in. There's a couple different ways it would make sense that don't have to get really concerning. Okay. Is Tomb sleepy? Aw, poor Tomb.
It's sleepy forever, sleep.
It's so sad the sleepy. Alright.
like to be so sleepy.
Chat doesn't know what it's like to be so sleepy. Chat probably knows what it's like to be that sleepy. I like how he just like took over half the infirmary. It's like this infirmary is now solitary confinement. I just needed the space.
Are you
I am playing Prison Architect. Are you talking about Kitty? No, I'm talking about my my wife, Tomb.
That's me. Can they hear me?
I think I'm not super confident. Trying desperately to get this next block up. I can start tearing these down. That's what I'm gonna do here. Is there a cat? Nope, I do not have a cat. Let's say all of you, congratulations. You're solitary confinement now. What's up? Mm-hmm. She's going sleepy. Okay, so let's see if we can manage to go another day without melting down. We're almost there. This one's at 81%, so we just gotta get partway through the day, and then we can give them a second meal. You can't poop or sleep in solitary confinement? Nope. You should have thought about that before you got uppity. But that'll also help because it's going to be all those prisoners who don't have easy access to a shower. Now they're going to be in places with showers. But where do you do it instead? I mean, should have thought about that before you went in there. That's all I'm saying. Decisions were made. They weren't necessarily good ones. Alright, so the good news is we're getting through our people in solitary because we were up to like 70 and we're now down to 25. That said, I've actually got like 15 people in solitary confinement at the same time. That can actually... So there's a pro and a con with that. So if you're punishing a lot of people, it can suppress people. It can also have the side effect of really making people angry. They can't eat either. If they start getting hungry enough, the guards will bring them like the tiniest little thing of food, like they'll like slide them a tray kind of thing. Body armor and tasers. Alright, so we're gonna move the exports. Down here. With this layout, I have like all these weird like open space I can't really use particularly well. Let's see. So if we go to rooms, we have the armory. We can go ahead and build that. The staff room feels like everything is filthy. This whole place is filthy. But I need the money to keep the cells being built. because the thing that's making this really hard for us is I have it set up where I don't get to control intake. So no matter whether or not I'm ready for more prisoners, every day it's 32 new prisoners, which is the reason why like this place, none of it looks good. We're just trying to build as fast as we possibly can.
Rehabilitate them so 32 a day.
I couldn't hear you.
Rehabilitate the 30.
It was saying rehabilitate them so 32 leave a day. I would love to. It's just not a volume I'm yet able to handle. We're having a weird hang. Okay. So yeah, that's the one gang is trying to like give us trouble. Yeah, so if you look at this, this is the one that's that one gang that's getting a large number of members. They're starting to feel confident enough to start fighting back. Like, gangs in this game absolutely will destroy your prison. Yeah, almost all of the troublemakers are that gang. There's going to end up being some accidents along the way. It's also more than likely I probably have their leader. Yeah, if we look at the gang, I bet you we have their leader locked up. Nope, there's their leader. Yeah, so the gangs are starting, like, this is warning me that the gang is starting to put enough people here that they're effectively going to be able to take over territory. Because this is their leader here. So legendary prisoner, super dangerous. If I put him in solitary confinement so he stops recruiting, the rest of the gang will start, like, absolutely kicking off to an extreme. Like, they're going to go out of their way to destroy as much as possible. But that's, like, again, just part of... And that's, like, real things that happen in prisons. That, like, the gangs become, like, their own faction in your prison. That they can genuinely be a threat to your prison. But usually whoever, like, the leaders of the gang, they don't do the nasty stuff themselves. They make everyone else do the nasty stuff on their behalf. Okay, so it's time to go and get our next block of solitary confinement up. Which we are going to go over on our prisoner limit again. But I'm not super worried about at the moment. Because I feel like we're close enough that the holding cell can cover while that gets built. In the meantime, we are at that point where we're going to build our next power plant. Because this grid is going to get overrun soon, so I got to get ahead of it. Will you finish the classroom, please? Still working on it. Alright, meanwhile, we have this room, which is going to be our armory, and I'm just going to do this for the power line. So go rooms, armory, do this. And that'll do for now. I'm not really worried about trying to get a whole bunch of guys running around with shotguns if I can. Because there's the mixed bag. One, they can put down real big problems real fast, but on the other hand, they also cause your people to be far more aggressive. It's like the idea of escalation. But by getting this set up, we can start getting everyone tasers. So at least when guards get into fights, they have a chance of dropping people in one hit real fast without like killing them, but stunning them. So hopefully you can subdue a bunch of people real fast. And then the only problems becomes like the really tough legendary ones. Because plus, if you have people running around with shotguns just open firing all the time, it ends up being a thing that you end up being the thing causing your game over because you're killing everyone. Because there's a while it's still going. It is. We have some pretty sizable gangs starting to build up in our prison, though. And they are getting to the point that they're going to be a force to be reckoned with. Ah, so I see you. You didn't like the outcome of your parole. I see. Well, we're almost done with the food punishment. This part of it, I have this and this. So this is the one where they only get one meal, but I still have to keep it like crap quality food and only temporarily until this runs out. Oh, that was the thing. It's like, what? I just heard the thing snap, hiss into place. Like, wait a second. That should be more enough for right now. Yay, we released someone on parole. He actually killed the parole officer. The lawyer's fine. The parole officer was murdered with a fountain pen. Do you think that would negatively affect the how their parole hearing's going? The corpse in the same table. This is a different person, by the way. That's not the person who killed the parole officer. This is a different parole lawyer and prisoner. It was like, no, we just need to get through this meeting. Just ignore the corpse. It's fine. It's okay. Don't worry about it. It happens all the time. Oh, I need to have room. Where's storage? Congratulations, you're just stored for right now, because I have to have it somewhere. I still don't get why the doctors are hanging out here. Yeah, they're getting enough troops that the gang is really genuinely trying to make a go at it every so often here. Yeah, so right now they've got one of their soldiers here. We have 4 guards present. You can also see like they have their like their their very so actually it's not saying they have many in the kills. Huh. Yeah, so green gang here has 19 members. Green gang is getting really kind of scary. And you can't get rid of them. I mean, like, you can allow accidents to happen. Yep, ex-law enforcement. Got lynched. Yeah, it's too many members. But the problem is there's not really a way to fix it. Like, the only way you can fix it is, like, when they kick off just give your people the authority to open fire. But that has lots of ramifications. We have increased our security presence. It can also be dangerous to have an armed guard because, like, in a situation like this where I've got, 8, 9 people here and one armed guard, they can actually overwhelm the armed guard and then take the gun. And then you've got a bunch of angry prisoners running around with a shotgun. So, it's a problem. They should build a classroom. I've been stuck waiting for the research. It's almost done. Once I do that, we're going to have a whole lot of guards who are going to get armor and tasers, which should help a lot in keeping this under control. Okay, so we have the classroom. Where it says, I'm pretty sure research on prisoners is against the Geneva Convention. I mean, this type of human research. Well, so the presentation is that we're not doing. I mean, this one is research. Okay, so we can finally do this. Regiment. So we can go in here and give them their second meal a day. I don't remember what we even had for the meal schedule. I think it was like this. So they can have their second meal a day. It is fantastic. But they still have to get low quality, low quantity meals. Once that's done, we turn it to the other extreme for this, which is where we turn it high. Did I actually hear the sound of a taser? Who actually has a taser? None of you have been trained yet. We don't have the classroom yet. Programs. Alright. Foundational education. Staff programs. Oh, you can't do tasers yet. How did someone actually get tased? No one here has a taser yet. I'm so confused. It's fine. Like, unless it was like one of the prisoners smuggled a taser. Yeah, stop fighting. You get to eat twice a day now. The food still sucks, so we don't give you much of it, but you get to have it twice. And it has a taser that you found. I always keep a taser on me when I go to prison. Ah, yes. That's just being smart. I have 21 people who are currently in solitary confinement. Goodbye, money. It's a deciding to go with that. They should have behaved, yep. The real problem is now I'm not going to be able to power through that. It's fine. Okay, well, so far, despite the fact we are definitely not in an amazing place, we are staying ahead of game overs. A lot of people are dying. Not a lot of positive things are happening. But, thus far, we haven't got our game over condition. Because to get a game over, you have to have like a particularly bad day where you have like a really, really high death count or really high escape count. And we're talking like 10, something like that. And then basically the warden calls you, or the CEO calls you and says like it was a dark day in your prison. Don't let more. And I can't remember if it's like 3 or 5. It's like don't let more than this many people die or escape the next 3 days or whatever it is. And then if it happens, you get incarcerated. Yep, and the threat level is going down because people are actually getting fed. The big needs we have right now is sleep, which happens on its own. Like, honestly, luxuries is probably the next biggest one. Which I don't mind putting a store in. Like, heck, I'm willing to put a store, like, just shove it back here. Like, the layout of this prison is, like, pretty close to deeply upsetting. But, I mean, it's working-ish. How much? I've not had a... I've had prisons that have, like, 800 people in it, where I've not had to have, like, 20-something solitary confinement cells. It looks like a nightmare to navigate. So it's actually not bad. You have your main route in here. You've got your up-down hallways that go to your, like, this is one cell area and this is one cell area. That hallway, you access all these stuff from here. And that's the same from here. And then you just have the kitchen in the middle. So, like, surprisingly, it's actually not horrible. The one good news is, like, this canteen here, once I get these to be something else, I can get rid of that canteen here. The next thing I really need to do is I need a new yard. Like, this tiny little yard for all of this is the reason why everyone's popping off. Because the gangs are fighting over this tiny little speck of yard. And, like, they are fighting with my people as well. Because that'll also be good, because I'll get rid of this. This becomes just another hallway. Then we can go back and effectively repeat all this. Just put them outside the walls. The yard. If you put the yards outside the walls, you get contraband thrown over the top of it, which makes it another problem. Or you mean just like deliberately let the gang members escape? So one of the interesting things is when you look at your income here. Where is it at? Where is it? No, it's the financial. So, days without incident, a lot of your money comes from this stat, which, of course, if people escape or die, that's an incident. But, like, it is one of those things that it does punish you for having regular problems. Now, like, fighting, that's fine. It's if people die or escape that's the real issue. Which, at the moment, the only way out of this prison is these two doors. Tell them to stop dying? Yep. So if I do put an armed guard, I'm going to put them right here. Oh, right, Burning Sun. The point though is I'm talking about the financial here. The financial sheet. This resets every time anything happens. And that income, like, it slowly builds up to like getting more and more and more per day as that number goes up. So you really want to not have a problem. Yeah, if you don't kill anyone, we can feed you better and give you a bigger yard. Correct. Brinson says, right, but if someone ends up dead, just let 10 gang members escape. So it's not, and I could be wrong, but I don't believe it's a set number of people who can escape or die a day. It's depending on how many people you have, and I don't know what the cutoff is. Now, that said, I have had times where, like, there was a run, and it wasn't even a gang. I had a legendary prisoner who was extremely volatile, like, constantly causing problems. But he was, like, deadly and super fast and super... Like, it's this ridiculous character that every time he teed off, he'd kill, like, 4 or 5 guards before I managed to put him down. And just... It became such a problem. I had, like, 6 armed guards stand outside his door with the whole thing toggled to open fire immediately. Like, I very deliberately, effectively executed that prisoner because I'm like, I can't keep you here. And the follow, welcome to the stream. As a reminder, I do anonymous follows here, which all that means is that if you want me to call your name out, you just let me know. Because there's a lot of people who don't want to called out, and I'm trying to respect that. So, thank you again. But yeah, so it was like, literally, I had, like, the whole hallway full of, like, armed guards, and just had them, like, waiting with the, Where is it? Did they get rid of it? There's a button down here that's like... Huh. They don't have it down here. There used to be a button down here that you could basically say fire at will. And just the moment he started banging on that door and that door came open, just got blasted. Did you walk into the prison? Let's see. The leader of one of the gangs in the prison is currently being punished. It's your choice to how you proceed, but all gang members are going to be causing a lot of trouble while the punishment is in place. I'm pretty sure that's the gang leader that just walked into the infirmary, murdered a snitch, and then, you know, is attempting to walk back out. Don't have to get the lethal force. Is that a new thing? Because it used to be, like, not... Oh, no, non-lethal. Yeah, no, it used to, like, that's not a thing that I was aware of before. It used to be just a button down here. Or maybe it was when you, Oh, I bet you I don't have it because I don't have armed guards. That's why. Okay, gangs. How long are you in here for? So the problem is that's the really big gang, and they're going to keep starting fights as long as their leader is locked away. So basically they're punishing me for enforcing my rules against their leader. So we had another person die. We got a bunch of people got messed up in here. It's just going to keep kicking off as long as that guy's in there. So it's a catch-22. You can leave the gang leader in there. Everything starts melting down. Or you can let him out, which means he's more likely to cause whatever trouble he wants to again. You know, so it's like, there's not a win situation. You're trying to decide, like, okay, what's the move? I'm going to try and leave him locked up, because I definitely don't want him just going and murdering people right out. We've had multiple people get murdered on the medical bed. Well, only one got murdered on the medical bed. The other one on the medical bed was overdosed. So they did it to themselves kind of thing. It's also not surprising with solitary confinement right here. If he escapes and the rest of the gang is still in here, then like one of the... Alright, here we go. It is officially riot. So... Why can I not? I would like the riot, please. Why can I not? Oh, it's because I'm broke. I can't pay for them to show up. I would like to now take a loan. Did I not unlock that? No, I have. That was under finance. Alright. I hope these riot police have this, because I can't afford to bring anyone else in. Did the riot just end on its own? I got suckered by that gang. A riot kicked off and immediately got put down again. So I spent that money for no reason. With regards on patrol? You're right, I have not been paying attention. So we will do patrols, blue patrol, do this, and blue patrol, go away. Yeah, they're not punching me by hitting the guards or hitting me where it hurts. Yeah, they're just trying to hurt my finances. So surprising. Okay, so they just killed each other. Yeah, and I've been so focused on just trying to keep everything melting down. Alright, so. What do I even get going next? We're not even going to touch... Alright, so we're already working on that. So there's something I was waiting on money for before. Does anyone remember what I was waiting on money for before? Wait, first of all, we're paying back that loan. Is your print... Alright, so we're still waiting for that. Still need a workshop and all that stuff. We're gonna worry about that later. Classroom. Yeah, no, I've got the classroom built. Well, the bigger yard needs to happen. I need this to be built before I worry about the yard. Alcoholics Anonymous. Oh yeah, as long as this guy's in here, all those gang members are going to be fighting perpetually as soon as they get out. It's the danger of having anyone who's in a gang in solitary, like so far as their leaders and all that. Would a lockdown help? Maybe. It'd probably set off a lot of people more, but it could keep them so like not as many of the fires are going off at once. Okay, so we didn't lose any workmen. Yes, retreated. Time to cut down that leader's leg and then... Oh, wait, wrong game. So good news is... I mean, it's not that great. The leader's still in there for another 7.5 hours. And I'm just putting up with it. Because like I said, if I can... Like, literally, I can go right now and just say end punishment. And that would be the end of it. So if I end punishment on him, then it becomes a whole problem where they just keep doing stuff. Because right now he's suppressed. So he won't cause more trouble. Yeah, and everyone's screaming about safety because we had a riot and everything. Which surprisingly ended almost instantly. Like, I'm still salty. I started... The riot police, like, were on their way, and he was like, nope. Never mind. 107 prisoners fear for their lives. One 107 of my 142 prisoners are afraid for their lives. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it. To be fair, multiple people have died. The gang keeps, like, immediately escalating everything to extreme violence. So, they are fairly justified into being afraid for their well-being. I just kind of need to hang in there until we start getting all our people through taser training, because your ability to put down fights and all that when you have tasers is way better than everyone just walking around and walloping each other on the head with sticks. Sheila says, what we do here is we have a separate wing. They don't mix the other population at all. They'll never see the pop. You mean the gang? Like, basically take, you know, the gang members and separate them out into different areas? Yep. Yeah, the way this game works is a little weird. About what you want to do is try and get the gang leader separated, like have them in their own area. But the challenge with that is if you actually like lock them down, that also sets them up because they just auto-magically know that you've done it and get super onery. So unfortunately, game mechanics limit it. But yeah, it's also not a bad idea to put the gang out there because then they can't recruit more people. Oh, that's not the... It's fine, we have it. It's fine, we're here. Yeah, it's not a bad idea. Unfortunately, with the way we're doing this hyper-escalation, I can't really separate them because this is like all one giant space. I would have to manage to be able to get enough ahead to build a wing. And I'm still just like an area for them just themselves. And right now I'm still just trying to get enough prison cells. So, we'll just pretend we're like an egregiously underfunded prison. So we don't have the luxury of separating out our prisoners. Yeah, Oceanic. I have to choose free fire before they'll pull their shotgun. I could do it, but when they pull their shotgun. Oh, and also, sometimes if the guard is really scared for themselves, they will fire on their own. But they won't use the shotgun unless I, explicitly tell them to. Or, again, the guard feels threatened enough they do it. How much longer are you in here? Ah, you're in there forever. Okay, in the meantime, I'm gonna quickly grab myself a new drink and I'll be right back. Yes, you can. If I get a game over, it incarcerates me in my own prison. I can also load up the save file for my prison in the escaping mode, and give it a go. Unfortunately, in this game, outside of some really extremely nonsense prisons, usually prisons aren't that hard to escape from. It sometimes takes a little time where you just deliberately cause trouble to get points. Was that a "oh no, we found a pocket watch" followed by an "oh no, we found a chainsaw"? Yep. You're not allowed to have luxury items or chainsaws. And that's a key card for getting in. That's like a security card or whatever. We found some drugs. Found a screwdriver. We found some cigarettes, some poison, which is usually just bleach, whatever. Some scissors. It calls it a club, but it's like a broom handle or whatever. A kitchen knife, which they stole from the kitchen. Now allowed to have luxury items or pocket watches. Yep. I mean, a lot of prisons will restrict what you can have on you. Ocean said they incarcerate you in your own prison. Doesn't that mean you are in incredible danger since you were the warden? Correct. When they do that, you're basically kind of the equivalent of a snitch slash ex-law enforcement, which means dangerous people will target you if they see an opportunity to go after you. Oh my god, this reduce the meal quantity thing needs to go away already. Been on forever. Join the Green Gang? Well, there's a good chance the Green Gang would kill me as well. Because they're going to have a lot of dangerous people in their group. I really need them to finish this wing. We have enough prison cells right now, but I would like them to finish that wing. How close are we? Oh, we are approved for... So we have tasers, we need to do a taser rollout. So we're almost there. We're so close to being able to give all of our guards tasers, period, which helps so much in managing everything. So yeah, so we have the education that we just have to wait on. We can't do anything to help that along. We just wait on it. We are getting our more prison cells, and then the food thing. Once this goes away, our people are gonna get some like really good food for a while. What about the dogs? Dogs are on the agenda as well. Yeah, we already actually have the dogs. I just need to build them. I'm just hurting on money. My problem with the dogs is I always have the dogs run ahead, and then the legendary prisoner just murders the dog. Like, I like the dogs. It's one of those things that I actually usually do is I have a dog patrol right up and down the hallways, and then anyone who goes by who has stuff gets caught. Well, not always, but we get a lot of the stuff that's the problem there. In this particular prison, for smelly stuff, the only source of smelly stuff has to come through this choke point. So literally, I could put the... Well, no. Down here. Yeah, it's a problem is like a prisoner will kick off, and so the guard and the dog starts going. Yep, and tunnels. The dogs I don't find very useful for tunnels. And the reason for it is like the dog walks around here. By the time the tunnel's out here, the prisoner just gets out and goes. So you end up having like a really long, like, you have to get like a perimeter fence way out here kind of thing. Then it can be useful. Sometimes you get lucky and they're in the hallways where they do the thing where they connect like 4 or 5 rooms together. Usually the way I deal with that is I just shake down regularly. Because it also that also keeps the contraband mostly under control. "21 gang members are furious. Their leader is being punished. Well, they shouldn't have started stuff. Starting a fight while restrained in solitary confinement. Who murders a puppy? Kill them." Yeah. No, and I absolutely use them. Like I said, what I'll end up doing is I'll end up having canine patrol like each and every one of the cell blocks. Um, and that's just good for like as they like run in and out of their cells, you'll find like the drugs and all that kind of stuff. Anything that's smelly, so we'll find the needles, we'll find the drugs, we'll find the poison, we'll find the alcohol, that kind of stuff. We'll have 2 armed guards. Actually, not there. We'll have the armed guard blocking the only door. Doesn't a sentence get extended for murdering someone who's while in prison? Yep. Automatically, instantly get found guilty. Not how it works in real life. But because he murdered someone in your prison. Where is it? He has murdery. I mean, the assumption in this game is that he pleads guilty. Like, he just automatically pleads guilty when he does it in the prison. So he got 25 more years because of it. Which means I'm stuck with him for 25 more years, or until unfortunate things happen. I'm going to eat my food for a minute, so I'll just be muted for just a minute. Okay. So one thing we definitely do to improve our situation here is once we get this situated, take these instead of making these in a more solitary confinement, get rid of all these walls and make it into our new room. Whether it's like the library, the shop, or whatever. We can just reutilize that. Maybe the laundry room. We should probably actually make that the laundry room. I also need a cleaning room. We can make the cleaning room happen pretty easy. Still need a larger yard? Yeah, the way I'm envisioning doing the yard is I'm gonna go out here and I start building next cell blocks and we'll have a big yard over there. Luckily the gang leader is no longer in that cell. In solitary, I should say. Alright. So they should be starting to mellow out about being searched pretty soon. And the temperament should really come down fast. I have to close that because I don't know if this counts as enclosed or not yet. I don't want them all running for it. Alright, so we got a decent number of prisoners going to get out soon. We got 9 prisoners who are supposed to be hopefully getting out today, assuming parole goes well, which is a big thing to assume. Sorry. Okay, sorry about that. Alright. Oh, his name's Parkour. Alright, we're over halfway to getting our taser rollout. We have just over one more in-game day before we can fix our food. There's also a prisoner with a not safe for work name. Well, that's disappointing. It's multiple roosters. Okay. I get what that's referring to. Two deaths, 3 deaths. That officer needs reinforcements. Four deaths. Well, we seem to be working on that prison population, releasing a couple people each day, having a bunch of people leave, you know, perhaps not in the same condition that they arrived. Is your leader seriously back in solitary? I'm also really annoyed that this guy's just sitting here like watching that, just like, not a me problem. Well, a lot of prisoners are dying all over the place. That's not what you want. Oh, good, more prisoners. That'll help. Alright, so far I don't think I lost... Yeah, I didn't lose any guards and all that. Just prisoners attacking other prisoners kind of thing. It's also also might as well repurpose the holding cell since no one's getting put in it. Including 4 Supermax break. Good times. Yep, every day, 4 more Supermax. Every single day. Alright, come on. How's our gangs going? We're up to 21 members. Yeah, that's the reason why everyone's kicking off is, what did you do this time? Did you kill another person? Yep, that's another 25 years. Alright. Oh good, a prisoner's actually leaving. Congratulations, you are under successful release from prison. I don't know why it says you're getting to leave when you have a guilty plea for torture for 11 years. That's outstanding. That has not been served. But, have a nice day, I guess. Oh, good, and your chance of reoffending are very, very low. Nicely done. Yeah, so you saw they had, like, a gang meeting. They all took off their shirts. They're now in gang business. So they're going to go do something. Oh, we had a worker die. Yes, they're trying to kick off the riot. Yeah, so I can get the riot under control myself. And that's what that gang group was trying. They deliberately tried to start a riot. These are the prisoners who are rioting. Just the 4 people in the classroom. I'm pretty sure that person's been dead a while. There's the guards. Chase, I need to get in here too, buddy. Okay, riot done. Yeah, it's like, oh, I think they died a while ago. Just, unfortunately, are you kidding? Calm down. It's this gang. They're trying to deliberately cause things to escalate. Alright, got some people dying. Alright, the riot's been put down again. They keep going in this room and then the guards never do seem to come by again to deal with it. There we go. Trying to keep it from kicking off again. The doctors are desperately trying to catch up. I'm half tempted to put the armed guards here and just leave them on free fire. Knowing it's going to result in some deaths, but hopefully put a stop to this. Because they keep rioting and killing people anyway. Alright, so patrols. At all times, I'll have 2 armed guards right there. Waiting for the armed guards to get in position. Yep. Well, that's putting us in a bit of trouble. I removed the free fire option. That armed guard ran that guy down and killed them. So... you know. That's a thing. Alright. Let a new prisoner out. Okay. I need you to finish building these cells, please. It's been 50 years. Finish those cells. Is taser rollout ready? Ah, so close. The moment we get taser rollout, it's going to be way better. Because I do actually have a pretty respectable number of guards running around. It's just running around with like little stun stick things aren't getting much. To do a shakedown? I'll do it at the end of the night. I don't want to do it during the day, because that just escalates us even more. Yeah, no rhetorical. I do shakedown right as we go into sleep. That way they get over it by the time they wake up. And then they can also have a better chance of catching them tunneling. Oh, you're gonna die. There's 2 different gangs. At least I think it's 2 different gangs. Yeah, it's 2 different gangs in the same cell. Oh yeah, no, because we speed up and slow down time. Days take longer in this game. But you can fast forward as well. They've almost finished this. Then we get like the next expansion going. Which all I'm gonna do is I'm gonna grab this, I'm gonna rotate around, we'll put a canteen on this side, we'll put the yard here. Same deal. Okay, so you got that. So we're going to change this room. And you are now going to be the cleaning cupboard. Do logistics. And now I need to go to logistics. Employment, yeah. Staff only. Cool. The point is no prisoners. All right. So regardless of the utilities, those don't get copied over, so it's time to go like this. And like that. I'm going around that way, so I'm on the other grid. Because the grid for this one is already pretty overloaded, so I don't want to connect the two grids because it'll short out everything and make the power turn off. Alright, we'll deal with the rest when we get there. Okay. That autosave is hanging pretty long. Yeah, so we're gonna kick off another riot. Try it. I see you about to kick off the riot. Try me. I know you're about to. It's gonna be a real bad time for you. Just waiting for it the moment they finish their meeting. It's going to be a very short riot. Nope, I guess they decide not to. I don't understand. Why wouldn't they start a riot with two people with shotguns, like, aimed and ready to rock and roll? Okay. Are you done yet? Alright. Training time. Program. Staff. Taser rollout. That's not what I wanted. Taser rollout. Get at it. Okay, and that should finish our cell block D grant. Give us a bunch of money. We haven't been having much success in our education program, mostly with the people dying and whatnot. Oh my god, please, just let me free from this thing. Okay. So it's a 10 p.m. that they can start searching everything. Alright, looks like everyone's back in their cells. Search it all. And then tomorrow we get a bunch more Supermax. But yeah, eventually we'll get to a point where we hit like an equilibrium, where the number of people paroling and getting released, as well as other incidences, will be 32 or higher. Like it'll hit that point. And when that happens, we'll end up getting a lot less problems. Now, granted, what ends up happening, you get more and more Supermax. We're basically here forever. We did do the age thing. I don't know if the people actually die from old age in the game, but yeah. They roll. Why not, instead of building a new cell block, why not convert one of the bunk ones to bunks? Mostly because it's already in use at the moment, but I do intend to. And also, you'll notice it doesn't exactly line up. Which it wouldn't be that big a deal. I could grab that copy and drop it on there. I probably will convert those, but there's also an advantage on leaving that there, because then these are higher quality cells than these ones, so we'll have prisoners who want to get into the better cells. So they'll behave more. Um, but I mean, I'm just mashing out more of them. Gonna make it our canteen. I'll probably put like the workshop here, make that one like the mail room. Get the yard. Yeah, there's a room quality mechanic in the game. That, like, basically the more they misbehave, the more they're pushed downward. A disaster at a nearby prison rendered a whole section of the facility unused. We have no choice but to transfer prisoners from there to your prison, as there are no other facility nearby. They'll be arriving soon. I'm already dealing with one problem. How many prisoners are you sending me? Incoming prisoners in, like, the next 30 minutes. How many prisoners are you sending me? I can accommodate 23. And we're using accommodate very loosely in this particular moment. So we're at 162. How many prisoners are you bringing me? Oh, that's... Oh, there's more coming. I was about to say, like, wait, is that it? Um... Um... What is this, Randy? Come on, man. 5 busfuls? And one of them are one of my prisoners who's come right back after I freed them? Well, I hope you all like getting real cozy. Because I don't expect we're going to have new rooms ready for you. It goes like, praise Randy. It feels like a Randy random thing. Just everything's going fine. You'd be like, how do you feel about 80 squirrels? I'm like, I don't like it, Randy. I'm gonna be honest. I'm not really feeling the 80 squirrels thing. It's kind of upsetting actually, Randy. Why did you think I'd like this? It's a dangerous thing to do. I don't really know what you're doing back here. I think you're trapped inside the enclosed space? I can't really tell. You definitely are having some problems. I do wish... Oh, I'm broke. I was saying, I do wish with, like, the cells, when I do this, I could copy the utility as well. Like, just copy it all. So I don't have to, like, rerun all the individual toilets and all that. I need you to put the door in. Yeah, so we're trying to put everything in failing because they can't reach it. But one of these will have a door on it, and they'll be good to go. This is definitely enclosed because the people in here are trapped. Yeah, the workmen are having a dance party. They're like, we're the only safe people in the whole prison. Alright. Prison's getting pretty big and pretty crowded. No route. Why is there no route to the door? That should be fine. Oh, they're installing Windows and everything. That's not good that our shakedown is still going into the morning. Alright. I really need to get that door in place before things kick off, and then you're unwilling to do it. Because, you know, violence between you and where you're trying to go. And all of them immediately scatter to get out. As a good call, you do not want to be here in the morning when all of this goes to heck. They're trying to get all those rooms up as fast as they can. The issue is they don't have water yet. And they lack the means of getting the water hooked up for all of it. Should have enough now. You know, I'm being lazy about this. I don't care if it costs more. Alright, we'll deal with that in a second. I also take the time to do each and every row. It's not much money. Okay, who died where now? Alright. So they did kill a guard. Meanwhile, they're trying to learn a class or just people being tased outside the door. Is this hurting your lesson plan, listening to people riot and get tased? Does this have a negative impact on your learning experience? Yeah, the problem is I'm out of money for people. How bad's that gang game? Probably like 26 or so? Still at 21. So gang's not getting much bigger. Alright, deal with that person. Who are you chasing? There's just fighting everywhere. Oh, it's blinking. They can finally almost give them the better quality food. Not only that, we're going to give them 3 whole meals a day as I am gesturing towards the camera that's not turned on. 3 whole meals a day, chat. They'll finally get to have, they'll probably get to have better food. It's so frustrating that the camera's not working again. I gotta figure out, like, I'm not sure, it might just be something like literally we exit the game and then the camera goes right, that like it's just something with this game is acting up on it. I don't think so, but it is super annoying that I've had those cameras and like they've just been all sorts of spotty. Like we're right here on the edge of getting our cell block D done. This is gonna take forever because everyone's fighting each other. We're right on the edge of having that done. Then we can start giving them better food, and they should hopefully, chill a little bit. We've got another 32 prisoners that are currently actively on their way in. They're just being bogged down because there's so many, like, I'm shipping in so much stuff to build the base that they're like backlogged. You know what? If you're going to go and kill people and then run off, please. The food budget experiment is over. The results are inconclusive. You're free to set your food policies back to whatever you wish. Thanks. I'm glad they were inconclusive. That was helpful. It definitely didn't cause an incredible amount of problems. All right, how do I make this fit in the schedule? Okay. We'll move these later. We will move this later. We'll move this later. How do I juggle this? All right. So I've got all that set. And I'm required to have 3 high quality, high variety meals for 2 days. So now we go to our policy. And after having terrible stuff for so long, have some heckin' nice food. Everything's correct, set correct, right? Yeah, high quality, high variety. Yep. Now you need 3 meals. Yep, that's 3 times you eat a day.
Hello there.
Hey, Rumchuck, how's it going? The downside is that food's gonna be way more expensive. But if it does anything to alleviate the dumpster fire we've got going on here, that'll be a plus. So we've yet to successfully educate a single prisoner. Lovely. We're again pretty close to having capacity of 200 prisoners. All right, rooms, deliveries, bigger deliveries area. Because these trucks are getting like blocked off at this point. That it's literally we're getting ready to go halfway through the day and our prisoners haven't even arrived yet. Yeah, so I want clothing. I need laundry. I should have had laundry ages ago. But you know, the prisoners don't stop coming and they don't stop coming and they don't stop coming. This will probably become laundry. So once I get this wing done, I'll tear that down. We'll make that into a laundry room. All built in 8 days. Has it been 8 days? Where can I see how long it's been? We got farther along continuous intake than I ever did. Yeah. It says in the top. It says at the top. It's oh yeah, day 8. Right. In big letters right there. 32 a day is just too much. Yeah, it's like doing anything nice is just like, yeah, that's not happening. You know what we're doing instead of something nice? We're just slapping in a bunch more prison cells as fast as we can, and then band-aid fixing any fires we can along the way. Fixing it correctly is for people who have time. Is there no permanent sleep injection? There is the death penalty in this game. But it's not like you can just arbitrarily say I'm going to death penalty this person. Like they have an entire process that goes into it. Yep, they killed the snitch. Hey, leave my guards out of this. How do you get 2 parole rooms? So they're separated. If you notice these squares in the middle, those aren't a room. If it doesn't say it has to be fully enclosed, you can just literally put as many as you want in the room as long as there's a gap between them. So, like, that's one room. That's the other. Need cryo prisons. Yeah, it's just you have, like, really high utility costs, but, like, you just don't deal with all that. How come no camera? The camera is, like, my camera's being wonky today. Like, here, I can show you what's going on with it. Like, I need to troubleshoot off stream, but I turn it on, and, like, it's working fine for a moment. Actually, is it gonna actually work now? Oh. Hey, it's not potato. Like, really what's been happening for most of the stream is, like, up, you see how it's, like, freezing up a lot? It's been getting really, really bad about that today for some reason. So, like, it got to the point where it froze up twice and all that. I'm getting pretty annoyed. Like, I like the cameras when they're working, because I switched from a Logitech one. Logitech was, like, good quality, but when it came to, like, the zoom on it, it would forget what your zoom settings were every time you rebooted the computer. And so, like, I would get it all framed out right, and then, you know, I would reboot the computer and all that. Is this an Elgato camera? Yes, this is an Elgato camera. And I have done the thing where what is the phrase? There's 2 different ways the USB hooks up. Let's see. I wonder if it has to do with the latest Windows update. I think the latest Windows update probably because I haven't done the latest OBS update. So my OBS is not the latest minor update. I'm gonna go ahead and kill the yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and kill the camera because, like, it is straight potato. But yeah. And the funny thing was, it wasn't doing it all stream, because Jess has an Elgato, and it's been wonky for the last 2 days. Yeah, so mine has been acting up to date. Yesterday it was fine, but I've had problems with my camera where just, like, it's not super often, but every once in a while the camera will just freeze up, and I actually have to unplug the camera and reseat it to get it to go back. Oh, someone died. By the way, can I get a shout out for FG? Snitch, ex-law enforcement, and Snitch. Poor person. I would like to make you safer. Like normally when I put time into a prison, I actually make a like protective custody wing that keeps you away from everyone. But at 30 prisoners a day, there's not that. Gotcha. Well, at least it's not me. So at least I know it is in fact something between OBS and the camera. That is actually very helpful. Bigger prison. And so, for those who don't know FG, which I'd be surprised if you don't know FG squared at this point, fantastic variety streamer, plays a whole bunch of different games. Very similar stuff to us. Good times. Definitely worth dropping to follow. Has wonderful otters. Saw them playing Research Story, where we did our fantastic double raid and broke the alerts, and I am proud of that because I loved that chaos. It was me and Sui were on a call while that was happening, and we were just laughing. We were having a good time with it. I think you were too. I think everyone is having a good time with the, the alerts getting all squirreled up by it. I think it's because we literally raided at the exact same time, which was planned, as I'm sure you figured out. Oh, is it FG's birthday? That's a channel meme if you didn't catch that. We may or may not have lots of people dying in our prison, but not enough people are dying in our prison that we're getting in trouble for it. And the big reason why this is going so sideways is that green gang there, that green gang there is getting pretty dangerous. They can actually just about meet me in strength in the yard. Oh yeah, no, I believe you. I've had some weird stuff happen lately with my alerts. Every other death is a bunk freed up. Yeah, but the problem is my ratio to people in the gang and people not in the gang is slowly turning towards people in the gang. And that's becoming a problem. I'm waiting for them to get ready to start a riot again, because when they meet to start that riot, my armed guards are going to be on hand for that one. I'm tired of them killing everybody. And leader or not, you know, I'm gonna have my guys with the shotgun stand there, have their shotguns ready, and be like, this is your decision now. I have made it clear what's going to happen if you proceed. Like, this isn't a surprise. We all know the level of what's going on next. You are not going to start a riot, or there are going to be less of you to start riots in the future. Because there's 27 of them now. And that means they can almost compete with our guards. I need you all to finish this cell block. Pretty please finish the cell block. It didn't help that the mayor was just like, yo, have an extra 30-something prisoners on your already 30-some prisoners. Or the fact that the CEO is like, yeah, we want you to, like, feed the prisoners as little and low-quality food as possible for, like, a week. We don't think this will be a problem. Surprisingly, we managed to keep it together with only 30-ish deaths over the course of several days. That autosave is getting chunky. Recruit some informants. Yeah, so let's take a good look at our situation. I see a lot of things that say gang on it. I see, and this person up here, this person's bad news. I think that's the gang leader. Yeah, that's the gang leader who has murdered 2 people in our prison, so they live here now. Yeah, so I got deadly gang members, an instigator gang member, so this is the one that's probably kicking off the riots on us. Huh. Only a normal threat gang member. You don't see that very often. They usually almost always end up high security because they cause trouble. This one I still don't know. So dangerous, vulnerable. Ah, oh, okay, I see what this is. Because they redid their UI in this last update. So this appears to be where I can actually go. So this is a person who is a snitch, so they get targeted. So now instead of having to do this whole thing where I like have to, look at the intelligence, go, all right, do I see snitch? Do I see snitch? Do I see snitch? Do I see snitch? Oh, there's one, protective custody. They actually made it so the UI is a lot nicer. I can just go, who's vulnerable? That guy. That. All right, so it's not perfect. Where are you, Stag? I genuinely can't find you. It's centering me here, so it's not perfect. It's definitely not great. Okay, so that's not the most useful. Remove prisoner? Oh. Okay. Interesting. So it's got this prisoner marked as vulnerable. Like, it keeps locking on this spot. Oh, you know what I bet it is? Is it? No, there's no bunk beds there. Well, I don't know. Yeah, so I got our normal prisoners. I've got our super dangerous. Well, actually, what I can do is I'm going to assign... Oh, you're in lockdown. I don't know what remove prisoner does. Okay, so we've marked Stag in yellow. You've never played Prison Architect, but what's the point of holding extremely... Yeah, you get better pay for higher prisoners. The thing I'm doing is not normal. It's the way the game used to be way far in the past. Normally, you can go to your intake here, and you can say, I only want 1 prisoner or 2 prisoners. You can also sit there and go, I only want prisoners up to capacity. There we go. So you're the one who's there. So what I'm going to do is we're going to end your punishment. We're going to assign a guard to you. Because you're going to be protected. We're going to try and keep this person from dying. Whenever someone gets around to actually... Oh, how late is it? Ah, it's too late to do... I was going to do a search for everyone. But it's just too late for that. We'll be searching into tomorrow, and then all my guards will be exhausted, and all the people will be really unhappy about being searched for no apparent reason. Is no one going to unshackle this person? I have 32 guards who are not currently... Well, 26 guards who are currently available. Like, look, man, you're right here. Unshackle this person. What is going on? I've got the cells free. A whole singular cell I have free. Because it won't let me assign a guard to them while they're shackled. Oh, is it because they're all in their taser training? So they're going to all run. They're going to bankrupt me by buying all those tasers, and I'm okay with it because those tasers are going to save lives. Yeah, there we go. Goodbye, money. Please unshackle this person. I'm going to immediately lose track of this person and never find them again. And then they're going to get absolutely murdered. I mean, they're still probably going to get murdered. At least I'm going to give them a chance. Because it'll be like 8 gang members are going to attack them, and I'm going to tase one of them, and then the person's going to be dead. Well, I'm done watching that person. Alright, staff. The cooks are not keeping up, so let's get one more cook per kitchen. And the people dying in the classroom has not been good for the rehabilitation process. It's had a negative impact on their academic success, which is unfortunate, because I would really like them to succeed academically. Okay. So they've got most of these cells set up. All right, we'll do the quick build, custom, grab this. We get that wall there, start letting them do the thing, getting the next block up, because the prisoners will never stop. We can go ahead and dismantle those 2 metal detectors. And this is all going to be torn apart. There's an easy way to do that. And then the reason I'm doing this is I want to make this into our laundry place. Because seriously, we need a laundry place. Oh yeah, it looks like almost all of our gang members have because these are our worst cells in the entire place, our gang members were having most of them because they had constant misconduct. Which means they'll go to our second worst prison cells. But that'll also be good because without this, the shower should be mostly only used for anyone who gets stuck in the holding cell, which shouldn't be very often. Okay. I'm honestly surprised for as many gang members as we've had and like having that whole dietary thing where we had to basically starve our prisoners the CEO made us do. I'm really surprised we're not looking at a big pile of ash that I'm trying to escape from. Because I really expected this to go south. I'm happy it didn't go south that fast. But I had very low expectations the moment we got the call where it's like, I need you to give them, like, low quality, low quantity food for the next forever. And I was like, please, there's a gang here. I can't. Look, man, you're gonna kill us all. Alright. So I need to get this expanded because I'm going to get another canteen over here. We'll try and get like a store here, the library. Yeah, might as well put your boss in the prison for suggesting that. Yeah, we were talking about like inmate nutrition research. It's like, something feels like that is a human research thing that the individuals being subjected to the research have not opted into. Something tells me when you had the discussion about the ethics committee and all that, where they, make sure you're not doing something horrifically unethical, such as, I don't know, actively starving your prisoners, that, the ethics board would be like, why are there shotgun shells here? Well, moving on. That's mildly concerning. Expended shotgun shells in the ground there. Alright, so we wanted to make laundry. It's worse than eating without a table. Fact. Your pawns do in fact get more upset about active starvation. Hey! Thank you for the follow. Let's see, is that Kate and Phil Gaming? Thank you so much. Not the follow, the raid. That's a totally different thing. Raiding. Okay, so let me go and get a shout out for you, Kate and Phil Gaming. So let's see, what were we playing? Looks like we've been playing some Kerbal, some RimWorld, some It Takes Two. I can't tell exactly what you're playing, because Twitch's thing doesn't work that well, let's be honest. It's cool, it's got lots of pluses, but it doesn't actually let me tell what you were playing. But, I do hope you had yourself a good stream. Oh, looks like things are kicking off again. We got a really big gang here. Oh. I need that to be open. And that to be open as well. Well, we got people dying, that's lovely. Okay. Alright, I've had it with this gang. We're about to get in a little bit of trouble. A lot of trouble. Funny, when the people with shotguns showed up, suddenly they weren't as interested in rioting. Funny that. Oh, never mind. I take that back. We have a full-blown riot. Ooh, we are getting a call from our CEO. This is going to be bad for our future career. Yeah, so... this is bad. I hear said it's good for... Alright, so riot is starting to calm down. It's not entirely surprising. We have people running around with shotguns. At the moment the prisoners see it, they're like, never mind, I am not interested. I am going back to not rioting. But yeah, we've got a really big gang in our prison that's been establishing itself. So unfortunately that's just been a thing. Why are you not really listening to me, armed guards? Alright, so we've got this spot that's still under problem, and then we got these two wings over here. We are definitely getting a call. I need you to move. I don't know what your thing is, but like, you're just standing there. And that's not helping. Yep, we are definitely going to be having a call from our CEO. Yep, that is going to be a call to CEO. All right, well, the riot's done now. 19 days is definitely going to be ultimatum time. So what's probably going to happen is at the end of the day, they're going to say this is a dark day in our prison. Way too many people lost their lives. And then if we have more than a few people die in the next 3 days, we go to jail in our own prison where they hate us. And to be fair, we did egregiously fail at protecting their lives. So that is kind of on us. But also, to be fair, they didn't actually make sure we could handle the capacity of prisoners they're throwing us at this incredibly rapid rate. So I'm going to see it as a failure of society. That they didn't properly give us what we needed to succeed in our task. So they effectively doomed us to fail from the start. I'm just listening to tasers pop again and again and again. What are you all upset about? Safety. That's fair. 20 people just died. Being concerned. What? Why is there a wall here? Oh, right. Yeah, it makes sense. We live in a society. I mean, look. If they're going to make me have to incarcerate, I'm not incarcerate. If they're going to have me hold on to this many people that they've incarcerated, the least they can do is give me the means to secure them safely. Okay. It seems like our prisoners are very upset. Just waiting for that call. Oh, right, laundry. That's what we were doing before everything went up in smoke. So, Chad, it's our freedom is going to be short. Because with having a gang of like 20-something people in our prison, I do not anticipate managing to get through a day without a couple of deaths. Especially with 30-something new prisoners showing up tomorrow, including Supermax. You heard freedom was overrated? You know, it is what it is. On the plus side, this would be a really easy prison to get out of. Like, if we do the escape mode, it's literally I can tunnel like any which way and just walk. Permanent solitary confinement. So the problem is if you solitary confinement gang members, they escalate tremendously. I also do not have 27 solitary confinement cells. Right now, all of them are currently occupied. Maybe the prisoners are going there due to how expensive... Eek. Let's connect that. Well, on the plus size prisoners, you're gonna have laundry soon. So you'll finally get to have clean clothes. I mean, one big failure point is this yard is not adequate. Now, I don't actually have a yard slot. It's just free time and they go to the yard sometimes. Just tasers ringing constantly. Just desperately trying to keep everything from catching fire. At least that's the first time we actually had to break out the guns, like, break them out with intent. Did we end up knocking the gang count down at all? I don't think we did. We did. We killed 3 gang members. Well, actually 4, because we got one of the blue as well. Yeah. 88 prisoners have been calmed recently. Something like that. A bunch of prisoners are well fed. 7 prisoners say they are well treated. I don't know how any prisoners are saying they're well treated when I'm just watching tasers popping off perpetually everywhere. We also were starving people for like a whole week because of the CEO. And now we're actually feeding them extremely well now. They're getting 3 really large and generous meals. I don't know. I don't know how rough your neighborhood would have to be. I don't imagine this prison could possibly be rougher than any neighborhood. Like, again, we're having something like 6, 7, 8, maybe 20 people die every single day inside this little area. That's pretty bad. And our workers are trying desperately to get the next wing of the prison up to accommodate the next wave of people coming in. Is this pipe not Ray? We're just missing 2 pieces of pipe. That's fine. They're getting on it. Hey, look, a photo. Well, that's lovely. And I can't get rid of it for a few seconds. I do think so. So earlier on the stream, basically we had the beginning of stream. We did some Project Zomboid. I was doing my super long run. I stepped away from my super long run because it's kind of having like foggy headed, which I think was I had a cough coming off of the medicine, So I think that was causing me some foggy headedness. So we didn't stick to our major run, just so we wouldn't lose it. So we putzed around with some cursed CDDA challenge, and some 16 times pop uniform, which is just, those are challenges that are not realistic, like even by like the best players kind of thing, like just not realistic things. But we do it because it's technically possible. Didn't find success, but we put up a vote for what we're gonna play. We had a bunch of games, and this is what won, obviously. But I do think either tomorrow or that we're probably going to play the update to Coral Island, because they did drop their spring update, well, the beta of their spring update. So there's, you know, the RB Demons, it is a beta. But I do think we're probably gonna do that pretty soon. I haven't decided if I am going to fresh start a brand new run or just continue where we left off. That's kind of up in the air. Because I very much enjoyed Coral Island. Like, don't get me wrong, when I say it follows the Stardew Valley model religiously, I mean it is comically follows the model. Like, there are scenes you're like, I know this scene. There's just one person that's different in the scene. Okay. But so it is very closely follows. But they do add enough that like mixes it up and changes it to keep it a little interesting. So I'm curious to check that out. There are a bunch of other games I want to check out soon. Have you played Against the Storm? Yes, I have. It is excellent. I've actually played a good couple times on stream. Like, it is an excellent game. Like, it's kind of perfect for like the city builder things. Like, one of the problems when you do like city builders is most city builders, you can sink, you know, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70 plus hours into one or more. Like, they just kind of keep building and expanding a city, and that's not necessarily a bad thing. But there's times where you're like, you know what, I wanna just sink like 2-3 hours into a city. And Against the Storm is like perfect for that, where you jump in, you play around, you do the thing you need to do, you succeed there, and then like the round's over, you move on to the next round kind of thing. And so it's like really nice. I like that so many more games are giving that as an option, because as much as I like a whole bunch of these different games that are coming out, you do kind of go, you know what, I don't necessarily always want every game to be something I'm going to put 300-400 hours into a run. Like, I like long format games, but I like some not long format games too. Like, I want a mix. And like, that's actually been a problem I've been having on the channel right now, is I've got a bunch of long format games that are like kind of, I've got runs started, and I don't want to start a new long format game until I finish, like, you know, feel like I've properly finished the previous one. But then I'm running into stuff like the run I've got in Stardew Valley, where we're doing the Ridgeside and Stardew Valley Expanded mod, and I finished the Ridgeside mod's like main story. The Stardew Valley Expanded mod, I have previously done the main story, and really I just have to like friendship Lance and one or two other things in that, you know, put a bow on that. And then after that, it's like just 100%ing it if I wanted to, and I'm not going to, because that's talking, all those mods, that's, man, you're talking probably 100 hours. So I'm kind of in this weird place where I kind of don't want to go back to it right now. And it's a weird thing, because I don't feel like it's at a satisfactory ending. Like, for the run I'm doing, I mean. So I want to do something about that. At the same time, I don't, like, what's there I don't want to go back to. So the answer is I need to just realize the fact that I'm not going to go back to it, but that's fine. You never got the appeal of Stardew Valley? Oh, I absolutely love the slice of life style games. Stardew Valley, Harvest Moon, Potion Permit. But that's the whole thing. Like, I like a large variety of games. Like, I like to go into some like really hard, try hard, kill you kind of games, like the really rough survival games. Sometimes I want to do city builder, sometimes tycoon, sometimes simulation. Sometimes I want games that are very punishing. Sometimes I want games that are just kind of fun and silly. You know, I think it's good to have a mix. What about RTS? I enjoy RTS. I'm gonna be honest. I haven't had an RTS I've played in a good long time that I've been excited for. Like, I used to play a lot of StarCraft back in the day. I used to play Dark Reign for the three people who probably remember that game. You know, Red Alert, a whole bunch of those. Warcraft. And it's maybe I'm just not finding them because that's entirely possible. I just haven't seen much in the way of RTSs like that's the one. You know, actually I take that back. So there's a game coming out. What is the name of that game? Infection Free Zone. That's what I'm looking forward to. A lot about all the popular games about it. So I don't care much about the meta on Twitch. Oh, down to the second position. Yeah, no, that's the like that's kind of the bummer is so going way back where you'd have your buddy or whatever down the street or your friend in high school or whatever that you'd play games with. This is going like, back in the old dial-up days. Both of you kind of mutually were not good at the game, but you were like in the same ballpark not good at the game. So it was like actually fun to play each other. Rounds took a while. Neither of you knew the metas or anything like that. And it was a lot of fun because like there was a fairly even scale. And like if one of you got like way ahead, then it stopped being fun and you played a different game. But nowadays where it's like online with like the whole MMR and ranking and all that kind of stuff, it just feels like so often you're just kind of pressured into doing whatever the meta is, whatever the strong strategy is. Otherwise, everyone is just terrible about it. And like, if you want to just have like a fun, casual game, like you play any of the MOBAs, for example, and you go into like the casual, not ranked mode, and people are still just as sweaty and try hard about making sure you're using like the optimal build, and if you're not in the right place at the right time, they're all agitated about it. Like, it really kills the fun of those games. It's like, sure, if you're competitive, be competitive. But like, if you're being competitive, why are you in the unranked? Like, the unranked is literally for people to do, you know, not ranked stuff. That's it. That's not actually what kills those competitive games. The thing that kills those competitive games for me is so many of them. They just let their communities get super toxic. Like, I get tired of going into a competitive game and just having people be as incredibly toxic as possible. And it's like, you know what? This isn't fun for me. Because oddly enough, I've been hooked on Halo Wars forever. Super easy rock, paper, scissors style. An easy joint. That'd be too bad. Oh, I could probably get a shakedown in here. So I want to do the shakedowns to watch for tunnels. I want to do the shakedowns to go like something's not working right because that guy is still strapped to his chair after I've told him all of his needs are being failed to be met. We ended their thing. Clearly they're not going to solitary. Solitary is empty. I've got prison cells open, so I'm not really sure what's going on with this. There's always been some like little snafus in Prison Architect like that. Bros, multiplayer's kind of dead, but it's still a bot alive. Yeah, yeah. Because I'm competitively bad. So I've mentioned before, like it wasn't League of Legends or like Dota or whatever. I used to be really big into MOBAs, and it was Heroes of Newerth, and it's like me and a couple friends got like really really good at it. But it was one of those games that like it kind of had a not super toxic community because it's kind of niche for a while. But then as like it built up, like not right away, it took a little while. People started getting more and more and more competitive in the Heroes of Newer scene because they also were trying to like push for like the esports thing and all that. And the community just kept getting worse and worse and worse. And it's finally like, you know what? I just like this is actively not fun anymore. It says it's a vicious cycle. I lose the game. I'm salty about being bad. I tilt. I lose the game. Oh yeah, you can get yourself in a head funk, and just like because you're being reckless because you're already tilted, you kind of self fulfilling prophecy of like your tiltedness causes the thing that causes you to be tilted. Yeah, and I used to enjoy that. Like I was in Heroes of New Earth, there was a character called Pharaoh who could shoot across the map, but it's like a slow projectile, so you had to like really lead your target. And then you could also throw yourself directly into the fight. So he wasn't like a super strong like damage dealer or tank or anything on himself, but he's a really good initiator. So you drop him on top of a group to like get everyone in, or you could also use that to like save someone who's in trouble. You could throw yourself into the fight, stun the person, and like work to get yourselves out of the situation or turn the fight depending on the thing. For instance, I play a cooperative. Generally more fun. Yeah, that's what I do more of nowadays when I get to do multiplayer. But I don't do much in the competitive games anymore. There's a couple of other characters that's really good at in that one. Bear was the one I was known for because I would snipe people from half across the map. You had the person who like snuck away, and they would think they're like well in the clear, like zigzagging through the woods, and I'd still catch them. Yeah. So nobody else sees how much I sting when I try hard and still lose. Yeah. Now that was like that's kind of the thing is I like the GTA Online and Red Dead Redemption Online, like doing the cooperative stuff. I don't really care much for like where the going back and forth. They're not even talking like the missions. I'm talking like the free roam, whatever they call it in each one. Because like for GTA Online, I got really frustrated because everyone is flying around with flying motorcycles with homing missiles, and so you kind of had to get on the bandwagon for that nonsense or just be subjected to it. And so, you did that for a while and just like, you know what, that's not fun. And so then you'd go through like the extra effort to simulating as if your internet was garbage so that it would put you on your own instance so that way you could invite your friends to your own instances, just you, to like actually be able to just have fun playing with friends. And I know some of the modes, like the motorcycle stuff and all that, it's very, very deliberately designed with the very specific intention of I would do a mission and you would try and stop me. And that's cool, except again, you would start a mission and then a flying motorcycle would come through the sky and shoot homing missiles at you. And it's like, this is dumb. At least make the person try. Like, at least make them come down here and shoot me. Don't make me get in the vehicle I cannot defend myself with. And then they shoot homing missiles. So that everyone has to be flying around with homing missiles. It's annoying. Then the hacker thing where you go into it and then immediately the sky would turn like into fog and then fire and you're like, oh, never mind, moving to the next one. I don't want to be here. Brent says, also co-op joining with bad new players occasionally can just screw around to try things out. Oh yeah. Like I really enjoyed yesterday when we were playing State of K2 with Sui. Like really, really did. And sure there was times that, like we had to sit there and give Sui a chance to like figure things out because, you're new to the game. That's how that works. Like, it's like I could sit there and be like, okay, here's how you choose your leader. Here's the leader I would recommend. You should choose this leader because that's no fun. No one's having fun with that. Because it's like, okay, game's telling you to choose a leader. Like there's no wrong choices. Have a good time. And yeah, it's going to take 2-3 minutes to read each leader, what they do, how good, bad, or otherwise it is. That's fine. It's also authentic, like, first-time player experience versus, like, if someone's, like, really just carrying you. That, like, to me, that ruins the fun of the game. Like, if I'm playing a game and people are being like, here's what you should do, here's how to thing, watch out for the enemy on the right, do this thing, do that thing, this is, use a fast weapon here. It's like, oh my god, just let me play the game. Like, some of the most fun I've had is playing, I had played through Dark Souls 1, 2, and 3 already. But, I had some people I used to play Warframe with, till we all kind of burned out on Warframe. And while I enjoyed playing Warframe with them a lot, we all decided to, like, play Dark Souls together as a group, the three of us, which was sometimes a nightmare to set up because of just how Dark Souls multiplayer worked. But we had myself and one of the other people had played a ridiculous amount. And then the third person was like brand new. And you can never kind of like re-experience those games for the first time. Like once you've played it, it's just in your brain. Like you know there's going to be the enemy on the right. You may not remember exactly where because it's been a little while, but you remember kind of like the stuff it does. But it's really fun to like walk with someone else and have them, get surprised by the same thing that surprised you, and you can kind of like relive that feeling. And then plus just silly stuff you can do. Like I don't have it shown on my YouTube, but I actually have a. When I say it's a clip, it's not a Twitch clip. This is like before it was anything on Twitch. It's like what was it, like the Windows G whatever game like record the last 30 seconds thing. That I think it was Dark Souls 2. You know what? I just realized we didn't get the whole alert that everything's going to hell. How many gang members are you up to? There's more gang members. Stop it. So we're actually doing okay on this riot. Like we're putting it down by itself. Did the CO call? The CO did not call. Surprisingly, 20 kills and the CO did not call. Okay, so we managed to get that riot under control without involving the CO. Which is surprising. I figured 10% of the population of our prison dying in one day would be enough that the C would be like, yo, try not to have this many people die. I mean, we're actually doing good on space. Like, we're gonna get this built, and I'm gonna have enough for like a full extra day's worth of things, which I say as I'm about to get more prisoners like right now, so never mind all the things I just said. But so there was this area that it's like I can't remember the name of it, but there's a bunch of like docks and all that, and you run around. It's Dark Souls 2. And he was trying to solve like where something was. And he had convinced himself that there's this random rope that went into the water, like a fishing line kind of rope. And he had convinced himself that he needed to cut the rope to get something. And so me and the other person who had played the game knew that that was just not it. But it's like, okay, that's a very plausible thing. Like, there are absolutely places in Dark Souls where you cut a rope and an item drops or whatever. Sure, let's see it happen. And it was fun watching him try so hard to, like, hit this rope. So he sat there, because, like, right on the range of which you could reach from the dock. So he started throwing knives at it. And, of course, aiming knives at something as small as a rope in Dark Souls is really not easy. So he did that a couple of times, and then he tried like the biggest weapon he could, and he's trying to hit it, and it was just, yeah, no man's wharf. That's right. And it was just fun watching it. Like eventually he realized it wasn't what it was, but it was just the amount of enthusiasm he was putting into it had me like I had to like just kind of like not have the mic on because I would give away that it was not what it was, but I was just having a wonderful time. But it's fun because like that was the thing that like he was figuring it out, like, and he figured out the puzzle and all that because you don't want to spoil it for people. But it was just he was like, I know how this one works. I was like, you do, huh? Because I just got to cut this rope. I don't remember what he thought the rope was gonna do, but it's one of those things you like look. It's like, hey man, you know what? I could totally see doing that. I could absolutely see trying to cut this like, and realistically, I would have tried to cut the rope and fallen into the water and died, and he didn't fall into the water and died. Like he eventually was like, okay, clearly I would have hit this. This isn't the solution I'm looking for. And I think it ended up being like there's like a lever you pull. It's just the lighting is crap because it's deliberately crap. Like it's designed to be hard to see. All right. I am still surprised things haven't gone worse. I'm also surprised this hasn't been built yet. I mean, I guess they're building this area up here. I need to fix my deployment is one thing. I need to have people deployed in each of these areas to try and keep the suppression up. As well as when they just start causing problems, that we immediately get on top of them. I have so many prisoners up for parole. Alright, so good news is we are getting laundry, so that's one problem going. When this gets built to expand our prison farther. That said, I do think I am going to start winding down now. It's a little early, but my voice is starting to get a little strained. For people who've been around for a little while, they've known that I've been dealing with a bit of a cough. And we're on the tail end of it. It's actually one of the reasons I didn't keep going with my other run earlier today. I think that just finishes instantly. And so it's just kind of one of those things that, you know, I don't want to push my luck. I don't want to knock myself back down. So I do think I'm going to go ahead and find someone to raid here in just a minute. But before I do, if you have enjoyed tonight's content and you aren't already following, I just realized an ad is running, so I'm going to let that finish. And then I will say all these things because it's kind of not a good move to be like, follow the people who cannot hear me right now. The ads are so annoying on Twitch. I really did wish it wasn't the way it is. Yeah, I'm so surprised we didn't lose this. Like, the fact that we haven't lost this surprises me. They must have made it far more lenient, because 20 people out of 200 dying is a lot of people to die and not be punished for it. Hey, look, they finished the hallway. Because then the next move would be to build all this out over here. We should go ahead and actually start that process. I'm not going to do it that way. I'm going to do it this... And the reason I'm not doing it that way is I don't want them to put that door there yet. And the reason I don't want to put the door there is just so I don't accidentally make a straight shot right out of the side of the prison. I also need to block off the door on the edges there, but I'll deal with that in a moment. Okay. So we'll get those going. But anyway.